Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tardis on Live on this Wednesday evening. Nice to have you all back. Now, just to touch on one or two things before we do start tonight's stream. Obviously, a lot of you have been worried, let's just say, about all the attention that I'm getting, and people worrying, asking me if I'm okay. I'm fine. The reason why I haven't streamed in the last 2 days is because I've been a busy bee sorting all this nonsense out. So that's all I'm going to say on it, but it will get sorted. But it's nice to have you here, and we do have some Doctor Who news, as you all know. Gary obviously broke some Doctor Who news, and BBC decided to take down that video. Now, I know a couple of streamers have already done a video on it, but I think it's important to point out that Gary's been sitting on this information for months, as he has said. But when I received my information, I decided to actually drop it on a live stream. So let's see what do we have in common, me and Gary's information. Well, the information that we have in common is that Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall are gone. Also, he talked about the series, about how it might be delayed and stuff like that. We spoke about this on this channel as well. On the 25th of May, I actually dropped some information on Series 13 as well as dropping information on a live stream as well. So I have to be honest, the fact that Gary's sources have basically backed up my sources. Now, I will say this, to be fair, and I have to be fair, Matrix Lord now has come out with his video to say it might be all cut and dry like everybody thinks. He thinks she's staying. So we have conflicting reports right now. We've got conflicting reports. Do us a favor, you're going to have a lot of trolls in the chat. Just delete them. We're not even going to acknowledge them. So just delete any trolls there, please. If you're a mod, don't ask them to stop. Just out straight away. I'm not having it tonight. I just want to have a peaceful stream. If those guys want to keep going on about how I'm racist towards China, let them. Do you think I give a flying fuck what people think? And I think these knobheads need to realize I don't care. I don't care. Who gives a crap? Everybody that knows me knows exactly what I said and knows exactly in the context that I said it. If you just want to take a 9-minute clip or whatever of a whole stream that I did, then fine, fair enough, to fit your propaganda. That's fine with me. All right. All I've had the last 4 days is just coming onto me Twitter account and calling me racist, this, that, and the other. You don't even know me, you bunch of bloody clowns. All right? You don't know me, so don't be going around and bleeding, judging me because you've got a 9-minute clip of a whole live stream. Idiots. Now, give me a bit of me sandwich. Sorry, folks, I'm eating on the run because the city centre kind of opened most of its shops today. So I'm literally in the city centre for a few hours. And I'm only after getting home the last hour. And yeah, please, no swearing in the chat, as Crystal has pointed out as well. It ruins the algorithm. Right, so what does this mean? Well, to be honest with you, right, I'm going to say this. When it comes to Matrix Lord's information, I'll say this. Last year, he kept insisting that they were staying, and he ended up staying. Now, he will fully admit that chaos in Cardiff happened, and he will fully admit up until a point there may have been a chance where they could have left, because it looked like for all good chances that they were leaving last year. And the other fans can deny chaos in Cardiff didn't happen. Even the BBC acknowledged chaos in Cardiff happened when you had the whole BBC Three radio report. But you see, again, these kids wouldn't know all this because we actually do our research. We actually had that broadcast. We actually listened to that broadcast. They said that there was definitely trouble behind the scenes, Series 11, and that carried on into Series 12. That's what was quoted by a DJ that works for the BBC. And then we had the whole thing with asking, did Jodie Whittaker say our lines, the Tolson Call video. All of this, right? You can deny that something happened. You can deny it, right? We all know that something happened and they were to go. Now, has something changed again? Could Matrix Lord be right yet again? Do you know what? I'm not going to dismiss it this time, because the last time I was very insistent that I was right. And to be honest with you, we were up until a point, but let's be honest, I got it wrong in the end. So that's just the way the business goes when you do sourcing rumors and stuff like that. You get some and you don't. You know, you get some right and you don't. That's just the way it is. But I don't know, because, you know, even Matrix Lord is saying there's conflicting reports and he doesn't know what to believe himself, I don't think. I'll have to get him on. He's in work, unfortunately, he can't come on. But I'm sure we'll get him on during the week and we'll try to find out in more detail what exactly his source said, because it'd be interesting. But Gary's video did get taken down. And sorry, it didn't get taken down. It was copyright claimed. The whole video was copyright claimed. I have to get that right. His whole video was copyright claimed. So it was blocked everywhere. It was blocked. Now, as he has pointed out, these are the same clips that he uses in all of these Doctor Who videos. And this is the first time. So what piece of information did he actually get right? And this is the greatest thing about it. We can speculate now. If I was a guessing man, I'll say with everything that's gone on, there is no way. There's no way they can hang on for another series. I'm sorry. And Matrix Lord's hoping it's not true. I'm open to, mate, to be quite honest. But seriously, this is quite startling, because, you know, if you to listen to the other side, everything's great. When is your boxing match with LL? There'll be no boxing match with LL. I don't beat up kids. I've been challenged to a boxing match if I don't fail a drugs test, by the way. That's how pathetic it's gone. A 40-year-old man against a 20-year-old something. I think we know where that's going to go. No, I won't. I won't get anybody on the street. Could someone please do their job in the mod, please? Listen, it's bad enough that she's on Twitter, yeah? You're even coming onto my YouTube channel now as well, yeah? Please, someone that's a mod, delete those comments, will you? Thank you. Wow, the viewer count has just jumped. Well, anyway, just to let you know, he's our precious Whittaker is rumoured to be gone, along with our precious Chris Chibnall. Also, the news that I've broke on this channel is that there'll be a 1920s or a 20s era male companion, and he'll be representing the LGBTQ plus community. And then we'll have an older companion, an older lady. Nothing's known about her, but we can guess that she'll have something anyway. You know, you've got to tick those boxes, don't you? And apparently Yasmin Khan is going to be part-time. So, I don't know. We'll just have to wait. Oh, yeah. Captain Jack will feature heavily, as we know. Yeah, if I don't fail the drugs test. Yeah. I know, Colin. I know. I don't know. Probably challenging me to boxing matches and all. Right. I'll make this point. The YouTuber in question that they're asking about is Lounge Lizard. Now, I've had interactions with this guy last year, actually. I don't know if he actually remembers, on Twitter. He's a bit of a piss taker, always has been. Right? So, I was alerted to this video that was done. Now, I am well aware that there are literally loads of videos out there of me when I did the Timeless Children reaction with me panel. And I know the other side have had a great old laugh at my expense because I cried on that stream. Now, if you are somehow trying to shame me because I cried, right? Because a show that I truly care about, I saw being destroyed in front of my eyes. And by the way, if you all support the fact that the Time Lords were founded on the experimentation and the multiple murder of a child, well, then you're a sick individual, because that's how the Time Lords came to be. A woman from Gallifrey murdered and experimented on a child multiple times to get the power of regeneration. All right? He's all saying he gives out about Jodie and Chris Chibnall. I don't just give out about Jodie and Chris Chibnall, but I will say this. Chris Chibnall is a hack writer, and he proved it with the Timeless Children. And I'm not going to sit here, right, and pretend that I like an actress that I think is mediocre at best. All right? I seen someone on Twitter could say that she was actually better than Pertwee. Are you on bleeding crack cocaine or something? Seriously, are you on crack cocaine? You're telling me that Jodie Whittaker is better than John Pertwee? Get away, you clown. She's probably never seen an episode of Pertwee or story of Pertwee's. How can you even make that comparison? She's not even good enough to polish his boots. And yet, take that little clip and go on and say, oh, he's sexist. Who gives a shit? Everybody that knows me knows I'm not sexist. I just don't like a mediocre actress that doesn't put anything into the role. Cosplays David Tennant and Matt Smith. She's not even her own bleeding doctor, she's not. And by the way, she's written incompetent as well. Incompetent. She's a bloody idiot. And that's down to the showrunner, who was also a bloody idiot. So if you don't like my opinions on Doctor Who, right, I frankly don't give a fuck anymore. Yeah? Don't give a flying fuck if any of you little shits have a problem with what I have to say about you, our precious Jodie Whittaker. I hope the fucking master grabs her and throws her into the fucking time vortex, and that's the end of her. Yeah? She's the worst actress, and I mean the worst actress to ever be in Doctor Who. And I'm being honest with you, there's been a few bad ones, but she fucking takes it. She takes it to another level. She hadn't even got the decency to research the role. Then when she did, she got scared. Then she decided to go and have a go at the fans doing that stylist video, having a little fucking go at the fans. How dare she do that? Have a go at fans after all that time. And I don't give a flying fuck what you guys think anymore, right? About how I do my videos or run my fucking channel. I will run it the way I want. You try to take me down. Someone saying a 6-year-old take me down. Well, I'm still fucking here, you fucking idiots. And also, my Twitter account is still around as well, you fucking idiots. We're going to take him down. We got to take the Tardis zone down. You will never take me down. never take me down. Idiots. And all this because we have different opinions, folks. And then, right? Then, do you know why they justify this, right? They say, well, we're doing all the videos on you because you take the piss out of the J-bots. I take the piss out of the whole lot, yes. I don't individually go and target someone the way you've been targeting me, right? And if I do go after someone specifically, it's because they went after me or my friends. Get that through your thick skulls, right? When someone comes after me or my friends, that's when I act, all right? Not beforehand. Back to the Doctor Who news anyway. Who gives a shit? Does anybody really give a shit whether she stays or whether she goes anyway? The show's hit the floor anyway with the ratings. And they're still defending it. 7 million households walked away from 11, from just under 11, right? Don't be telling me that this is a success. The Doctor Who magazine, you've got Ben Cook and Emily, right? Asking people to buy the magazine. Actually, I would go as far as to say begging people to buy the magazine. And the excuse that they use, well, the pandemic put all newspaper sales at risk. Idiots. The magazine was available online, and it's available in any supermarket, and I'm pretty sure in most news agents that were open during the pandemic. You see, when the show goes to crap, the magazine goes to crap. It's reflected, right? When you've got shit little kiddie crap in the magazine, nobody's going to buy it anymore, right? The Doctor Who magazine used to be something, and then you get all these little hack writers as well. And the people, there's one or two that I've been told that are actually very good in the magazine, and the rest are all talentless twats. Why would I buy a magazine? I look at it and it looks like it's aimed at the kids, right? We're told constantly that the show isn't for us. Well, do you know what, dumbos? We left after the Timeless Children, but you mocked us. You kept poking us with a stick. You wouldn't leave us alone online. We ain't going anywhere now. And we're going to sit back and we're going to watch the show burn. And then when it does go all tits up, which it nearly has, we know who to blame. It's not going to be us. It's not going to be us. It's not going to be the fans that you've been harassing for 2 years, 3 years since that woman is being cast. Yeah? Right? So if you want to know the way we go on, it's because for 3 years we'd have to put up with your shit. 3 years we'd have to put up with you. Well, your opinion's not good enough. Our opinion's the only opinion that matters. And by the way, if you don't get you're an instrument around. That reminds me as well. So last night, Matrix Lord put up something very interesting. It's the Runaway Tardis kids books. So I had a look at it. Now, I'm not going to give out about it, except for one part, right? But it is a kid's book, right? And it's aimed at little 2-3 year olds, maybe, you know, little kids wants to go to bed, you know. And, I don't know, anybody familiar with in Ireland, we had Anne and Barry, so it's like, Anne and Barry went to the shop. Anne and Barry got a jar of jam. Anne and Barry brought the jam home. Yeah, stuff like that. Right? So I decided to have a look because, you know, that's what we do on this channel. And related to Doctor Who, that's what we do. And I think some people out there that have been slating me these last couple of weeks have actually forgotten that the Tardis Zone does rumour, information, news on Doctor Who, and it doesn't matter what it is. If it's a new toy or a new snot rag, I'm on it. Anyway, let's talk about the book. So I decided to go in and have a look at the reviews, as you would do, you know, because I do have nieces and nephews myself, and I know it is Jodie Whittaker's Doctor. But me brother's husband is one of these, what I would call a radical feminist. So she's into all that. So I was looking into all of that stuff. So I decided to have a look at the reviews. Now, again, it gives you the 7 pages to read, and I have to say, there's nothing in the 7 pages. It's a kid's book. There's nothing wrong with it, except for the last part. So, went into the reviews of this book. Actually, I'm going to get them up because I'll tell you why. Because I do this stream, and you know what all the little J-bots are going to be like. And yeah, that is our nickname, J-bots, right? And that's a term that I have for you all. It's not calling one individual out. It's a term that we have for you all, J-bots. Now, hold on. Yeah, the runaway Tardis. So the runaway Tardis, it's basically about this little girl, Lizzie. And Lizzie, like us all when we were growing up, nothing wrong with it. You know, you join a new school or a new neighborhood or whatever, and it's very hard to make friends. So, you know, you tell your parents and all that you don't like school and you're going to run away and all of that. So this is what this book is basically about. And as I said, there's a 7-page preview if you just want to have a look, right? It's a kid's book. I've no problem with it, right? I have to make that point clear because you know what these people are like, right? Right, but this is what I wanted to show you. It's the reviews. Now, this is written by Chris Chibnall, by the way, and it's illustrated by I just want to get her name. I think it's Kim Smith. Is it? Or is that the store? Hold on. It's author, yeah. No, it's by 2 authors. So Kim Smith and Chris Chibnall. Right, but it's the reviews, right? Now, the reviews is what I always have a look at to determine, obviously. Now, firstly, I will say 1 or 2 of these do look very, a little bit too professional, if you ask me. But then I'm told on Amazon they actually have people that review these things. Right, where's the review? See, it was different on my phone. Why is it giving me this outlook? Where's the reviews? I think I have to click into it, do I? Let me see. No. Where's the reviews for this crap? I had it up last night. See, this is why I hate laptops. You know, laptops and phones, they always have different formats, and it annoys me. Where's the rip? Right, here we go. No, that's a critic review. Customer reviews. There we go. Right, so you will notice, in fairness, if you're like me and you've been doing this for as long as I have, and you guys have been following me, so I think yous are pretty good. I think yous are pretty good at knowing what's what. But some of these, in my opinion, look very professional, right? And then there's some, but you'll see what I'm talking about now. So. This is brilliant. I love this book. My 4-year-old thinks it's his. He is mistaken. Beautiful illustrations with a fun adventure. Great for all ages. Yeah. See, that looks a bit too professional. And you notice the way they say his. They make it clear. And it's the very first comment. Oh, his. Make sure we say boy. Little boy is like the doctor. Now, right, but that's not what I want to talk about, right? Because you'll see the reviews, and I have to say the reviews are good, right? There's some good reviews. They're all pretty good, but they all have one thing in common except for that top one, right? And this is it here. So as you can say, it's there. So there's about making friends and all, right? But then it says, but then the good message was muddled with a jolt. An alien that Lizzie had befriended stowed away in her backpack. so much for being able to say goodbye. And the ending left so many questions like, what was to become of the alien and blah, blah, blah. But then people start going down saying, is he kidnapping the alien? And so on, and so on, and so on, and so on. And then I was kind of like thinking, but again, some of these reviews, I'm sorry, but some of these reviews don't read like that someone, a mother or a grandmother wrote that. I'm sorry, they just look too professional to me. And the thing about it is, these ones here, you'll notice they don't actually bring up the whole thing about the alien being kidnapped. That's another thing that you'll actually notice. Again, you'll see this one. This one says it was riveting, but it's very funny. It's very funny because these are all, look, I would consider these guys professionals, right? But this one, again, I would consider this professional, but at least this one brings it up, and it says, since when does Doctor Who make pets out of sentient beings? So there it is. The girls were very concerned about the little stowaway never seeing its family again because the girl kidnapped him. Frankly, I'm bothered by that too. Now, there'll be people here. D, I wouldn't be surprised if that's you guess who. For the youngest of Doctor Who fans, listen, nobody's watching Doctor Who for Doctor Who, right? So let's get that straight, right? Nobody's watching Doctor Who, all right? 7 million households walked away. Nobody's watching Doctor Who. So, is that the kind of message we should be sending to kids? And yes, you can take a screen grab of this or a clip grab. I don't care. If you're going to tell kids, you're going to teach kids that kidnapping is okay now. I don't know what kind of society we're in. Timeless children, they murder a child multiple times and experiment on that child to get the power of regeneration. That's how the Time Lords were risen and were expected to accept that. They have a thing about kids, don't they? I tell you, child murder, and now kids are going around kidnapping in books. And again, there might be some that are listening to me now because there's 38 people here, and I'm assuming that 1 or 2 years are little J-bots. You might like what I'm saying, but the fact of the fact of the matter is that the show is on its last legs. Nobody's buying his merchandise, and I'm being honest. Most of those reviews, they're not actually. If you look at most of them, they're all from that Vine place. There's not actually one member of the public that has come out and actually give it a review that I've seen. But I'm not criticizing the book. I'm only criticizing that one part because as a father myself, I would hate the idea of reading a book to my child knowing that at the end of the book that the kid is basically going to kidnap an alien. Oh, that's not a net message you should be sending to kids, right? So I know a few of you will be upset for bringing our boys picking on children's Doctor Who books. No, I'm not. I'm picking on books that actually, if they're sending out the wrong signal and the wrong messages to kids. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what you guys personally think about that, but I actually think you shouldn't be sending messages of kidnap to a kid. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Oh, do me a favor as well, actually. I know there's a few years on Twitter, and I want to put this out in the public. I know there's a few of you on Twitter that are defending me, and are asking these people on the streams, the ones that I've refused to bring on. I'd rather you didn't. because I don't want to interact with these people and I don't want to know what they have to say for themselves. So, as well, just post that up a few days ago, and there's still people going in and commenting on them, and then what happens is then it's starting up the other side as well. So if you could stop leaving comments to them as well. I don't want you to comment to them. Look, I'm well able to defend myself. Apparently I got wrecked by a load of kids, but I'm still here. I'm still on Twitter. I'm still on YouTube, as I said. And I'm still on Facebook. So, I mean, they didn't wreck anybody. The only thing that they did was expose their own stupidity. And what they did was expose how vile they all are. You know. And you know what? They always get personal then. You know, when they see that they're not getting anywhere, then they get personal. I've had the penis jokes. I've had people telling me that my channel would actually be great if I actually got decent guests on, like neurotics and stuff like that. And I says, well, it just got to show how much you've watched my bloody channel then. Right? I've had Ball Streck on. I've had neurotics on. I've had heel versus babyface on. I've had loads of guests on. Loads. Big YouTubers, small YouTubers, it doesn't matter. But I'm not going to bring on people that belittle me. And I've been accused of belittling these fans, these J-bots, right? The bottom line is this, right? As I have said, if these people come after me or my friends, which they have, well then I am going to defend myself. And if I feel like ridiculing them, I will ridicule them because I know they're doing the same to us. So, you know, if you want us to change, well then why don't you just practice what you preach yourselves, yeah? And yous actually change. And then maybe if yous actually change, you know, the other side, our side, might change. But it's not going to happen because he's refused to let it change. He wouldn't let us walk away. He's wanted this. He's want some sort of fan war or something. And do you know what? It wouldn't. I'm not being smart, right? And it's just because we're a little bit older, right? We know how to get into arguments. We know how to handle campaigns. We know how to handle all these things. I'm sorry, in the long run, you are going to lose. So you will just embarrass yourselves. Like you have embarrassed yourselves the last 4 days. I mean, the amount of people that I had come in telling me that they were going to take me down, right? And saying one person actually said, and I want to quote her, his ass is grass. I've reported him to Twitter and his Twitter account is going to be taken down or whatever it was you said, right? No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm still there. It's not going anywhere. Actually, Twitter actually sent me a report to say that. I can't say anymore, but brilliant. Brilliant. Listen, I'm going nowhere. So you wasted, what, 4 or 5 days of your life? Do you know, as I said, I should be charging you all rent because I'm living there rent-free. And to be honest, I don't want to be living in anybody's head rent-free. So you want to start paying up, bitches. Yeah, wreck me. And do you know what the funny thing is? Do you know what the funny thing is? They've been coming onto my Twitter account, my YouTube channel, harassing me for what's it been now? What? Nearly 2 weeks now? Yeah? And then they're saying that I'm bothered about a video where people... I'm not bothered by that video. You've only exposed yourself. You're everybody that commented in the video. I've read the comments. There's only 3 or 4 of you little knobheads that are actually having a laugh. The rest of the comments are not so nice. See, the difference is you decide to personally go after me. And now you want me to bring you on to my YouTube channel because you've got it in your head, oh, I'm going to ridicule him. That's the only reason why you want to come onto the YouTube channel, because you think you'll be able to trigger me and they get a reaction, and then that'll be it then. I'm not going to give you the opportunity or the satisfaction, mate. You know? And by the way, you know, as one of your friends come in defending you, said, well, it's funny that the video was message bombed after. Well, I don't give a shit if it was message bombed. Actually, I don't. And to be honest, you were saying, what was it? He said, it seems like you're supporting, what was it? Mob, not mob mentality. I don't know what word you used, but whatever. Yeah, no. See, what that is that's my friends and subscribers and followers that basically were defending me. And again, you know, that's what'll happen. Now, just like you had your knobheads defending you. But you see what I did? You see what I did? What I told you to do? See what I told you to do? I told you didn't like any of those comments that people were leaving. Well, there's a simple solution. Do what I do. Don't like the comments? Block them. Simple. You know, it is a democracy. You know, you do have that choice. So don't become crying to me like some little bitch because my fans, my supporters, my friends defended me. Tardis here. Got your roll. I hate to hear you upset, but then again, it's amazing to hear passion from him. I'm not upset, actually. I'm really not. Do you know what I thought I would have been? To be accused of being this, that, and the other. And to have my name dragged through the mud on Twitter, right? There was an attempt to cancel this channel, and people can laugh. That's exactly what they tried to do. They tried to cancel the Tardis Zone, and they failed. Just like every other idiot, and I warned them, just like every other idiot beforehand has failed. I don't know when you will learn, but people are entitled to a different opinion. And the sooner you guys accept that, the better. But I will say this, it goes for your side too, though. And I will say, you guys have to accept that there is only 3 million of them. There is only 3 million of them. But there's 3 million fans that actually like this rubbish, right? So you've got to understand that, you know, it's not their fault that they like rubbish. And we have to actually let them like their rubbish, you know. Now, of course, if they continue to do what they do, well then, if someone comes after you, as far as I'm concerned, and I will say this and I'll make this clear, if someone comes after you or your friends and says something or brings up their disability or brings up something, you have every single right to defend yourself. Every single right. You have it. And you know what? That's just the way it is. That's the nature of social media too. And as I said to some of the juniors out there, you know, if you can't stand the heat, well, then you know where to go. I've been on social media a long time. I've only been, YouTube 3 years altogether on YouTube, but I've been on Facebook for donkey's years, right? Trust me, I come across people like you every day of the week. It's nothing new. But you have this superiority complex. You think you are actually bigger than you are. I mean, some of the tweets of that person that was accusing me that I seen just border on something crazy because, you know, full of themselves, like saying, it's not my fault I'm popular and I'm being picked on. What the hell? Do you know, it's the mentality. And then when they don't like what I'm saying, they're saying how shit me channel is. 1,600 subscribers and still counting. By the way, since this incident with all you knobheads has happened, I've actually gained subscribers. Also, I just want to point out that you have actually made me a shit ton of money too. So thank you very much. Listen, that's why I'm not bothered. Yous are making me money now. This channel wasn't making that much money. You guys are making me money. Because what's happening is you are sharing all my little clips around. People are actually coming onto the channel and making the decision for themselves. Because, do you know what? They're not going to take a 9-minute clip or a 3-minute clip or whatever minute clip that you put up out of context. They're going to come onto the channel and they're going to find out for themselves what I actually stand for. All right? And they will learn very quickly that I'm none of those things that I'm accused of. Exactly, I will monetize that hate. I'll monetize it every time, Derek. And you know what? I'm telling you now, man. This is the best. You know what? These last 5 days, 6 days have been the best days of this channel's bleeding existence. Right? The amount of coverage has gotten off these little idiots. Seriously, this channel is known more now than it was a week ago, thanks to those clowns. Right? Someone said to me, you're going to be a little obscure channel. I don't care if I'm that little tiny channel in the corner. Right? And he said, nobody takes me seriously. Well, 1,600 people take me seriously. Right? And I don't care if your YouTube channel has 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 subscribers, whatever it is. Because you just keep using our YouTube channel to try hit me back with something. I don't care. I've got another channel that has 126 bleeding subscribers. It doesn't matter. It's about putting out the content that I want to put out. But for you, it's all about subs and all this and clicking. That's all you are all interested in. Instead of thinking it's an insult. Listen, for a year I was on 56 subs. A year. Trust me. If I was going to be insulted, it should have been back then, right? And even then, I didn't give a shit. 56 people were listening to me, right? As I said, and a lot of people will remember this, as I said, if I just reach one person out there in that fandom, then I've done something good. Done something good. And by the way, some people say that I force my opinions on people. I don't force. I am forceful about my opinions. Yes. Yes, I am forceful. And I will always be fucking forceful. And I'll always be passionate. And you just won't change that. Right? But I don't tell anybody. I'll just say, listen, if someone says to me, I like Series 11, 12 Doctor Who, I'll say, well, you don't have great taste. And that's the bottom line. You don't have great taste. Right? If you like Series 11 and 12 of Doctor Who, you don't have great taste. Right? Series 11 was a complete bore fest. Series 12, while I did admit on this channel, it was an improvement on Series 11. My expectations had been lowered down. But then when we got to the Timeless Children, it was game over. Right? You lost the fandom. You lost the fandom with that. With that storyline alone, you lost the fandom. Forget about all the other nonsense about gender swapping and all this and a second female doctor or whatever, bringing back the redesigned Daleks or Cybermen, whatever. That's all gone out the window now. The thing that everybody is most disgusted by right now in this fandom is the Timeless Children. And when you know the reason why, then maybe you might understand. Sick of explaining. Do you know, I actually had someone try to justify the multiple murder of the Doctor last night. And they brought up Rassilon. About how Rassilon went mad with power and all and became evil. And I was like, this is why sometimes I hate New Who. In every era of Doctor Who, which was one point that they made that was true, The Time Lords have been kind of written differently every time we see them. But let's be honest here. How many people in the chat right now, right? And I'll put up user comments so people can see. How many people right now in the chat actually agree, right? They are written differently in each showrunner's era, right? That they feature in, right? But does anybody really buy the fact that the Time Lords themselves, right, or the Gallifreyan, she was a Gallifreyan, do you think she would really resort to murder? Now remember, this is a woman that found this child abandoned. So in essence, the Doctor is a refugee. Now, she brought that child home. She looked after that child until the child had an accident, thanks to a naughty little boy. It's always a little boy or a grown boy, isn't it? So it couldn't be two little girls playing on that cliff. It had to be a little boy to be the one to push her, you know, because all men are bad. Right? And then when the mother seen that the child died and then regenerated, then the mother then went crazy. She then literally murdered that child multiple times and experimented on that child. And by the way, they show it on screen. They show that force injection. They show that child regenerating. They show it on a family show. So, the thing I want to ask all yous in the chat, knowing everything yous know about the Time Lords, right, about the Gallifreyans, the people themselves, do you honestly think that they would be capable of doing what Tectoon did? Murder the Doctor. And this is, by the way, the reason that they explain for the reason why the Doctor ran away from Gallifrey. And it makes sense. It makes sense. The Doctor was, no wonder he hates his people. They're not his people, though. He's idiots. They're still Gallifreyan. They've just been given the power of regeneration. I don't know. And this is what we complain about. So it's not just about Jodie Whittaker. She is a poor actress. And when I was doing the reviews, you know, of course I'm going to talk about her. I also talk about Chris Chibnall. I also talk about the fact that Tolson Cole's character, Ryan Sinclair, has a disability. And you wouldn't know he had a disability because it's only been portrayed in 2 seasons, what, 3 or 4 times? He's been fine every other day. Oh, and Yasmin is supposed to be a cop as well. What copping has she done since the first episode? And then we saw that little flashback where she tells your woman that she's a cop after being bullied in a story arc that actually had no development. So when it came to the part of finding out that Yaz was actually bullied, we didn't believe it because it was written shittily. See, again, these are the things that we complain about. These are the things that we point out. Just because I put them in a way that yous don't like, and because the other YouTubers sit there, hello, welcome to Mr. Tardis Reviews, and I'm going to talk about this, that, and the other. Or geeks, what's his name? Fucking the Council of Geeks. Hello, everybody, welcome to Tardis. Right? Just because I'm not like them, right, and I'm polite or whatever, right? I put my view across or my points across the way I want to. Yes? And I don't care if there's other YouTubers out there. I've been pointed out that there is other big YouTubers out there that don't like Series 11 or 12 and don't go on like you. No. But deep down, I bet most of them would. Deep down, I bet most of them would. The difference is they actually give a fuck about their reputations. I don't. Because I don't have one to have. Right? I'm new in the Doctor Who fandom. They're there a while. They have reputations. I don't give a shit. And then you've got your other side then that will blatantly defend this no matter what. Even if the information tells them to their face that everything is wrong. Right? That's like, let me see. That'd be like the president of the United States, right, being told There's a big meteor heading towards Earth, right? It's going to kill everybody. But he's like, it's grand. It's fine. Shh, just don't say anything. Someone else, just let them complain about it. Yeah. That's not how it works, man. It's not how it works. You got, look. You go on and keep liking what you want to like. And I'll keep going on hating what I hate. And yeah, I use that word hate. And I know it's a strong word, but right now I hate what Doctor Who has become. I don't hate Doctor Who, I hate what Doctor Who has become. Now Chris Chibnall has to go. Jodie Whittaker has to go. They just have to go. We all already know that Tolson Cole and Bradley Walsh are gone. So they have to go. Listen, the bottom line is even if people say, well, she's staying for Series 14 and he's staying for Series 14, the thing about it is not even going to get to Series 14. Series 13 will be the last one. If they don't announce before, I don't know when they'll do it this time, but I don't know if they'll announce her departure before Series 13 or in the middle of it. But they'll have to announce it either before the series either drops or in between. Because I'm being honest, if people don't hear that announcement and she does end up staying, well then there's not going to be Series 14. The fans cannot take another year. It's already bad enough that we have to stick another year of this, but fans are not going to take another year. 7 million households have walked away. That tells you everything that you need to know. And then the excuses, but that's the casual fan. So you mean to tell me that 7 million households are casual fans? Stuart is saying, boy. Oh, you heading, Stuart? Nice of you to drop in, mate. Nice of you to drop in. In my opinion, I think Bradley was becoming embarrassed with the show. He's left at the right time. I agree. And I think Tolson Cole has saved his career as well by leaving. I can't wait to watch him in that new show that he has coming in America. It looks very exciting. It's a cop show anyway, I think. So it's something that I like all those cop shows. And I can't wait to actually see the true potential of Tolson Cole, because we definitely didn't get it in Doctor Who. And I will say this, Jodie Whittaker is a lot better than what she is in Doctor Who, but she's still not good enough. She's not at the level that she needs to be. Is there anything good about this era? Right, let me see. Right, I'll be fair. That's a good question. Right. I like the outside of the TARDIS. I don't like the interior, but I do like the outside of the TARDIS. Even though I still think they're weak companions, I didn't mind Tolson Cole that much in Series 11, but he annoyed me in Series 12. But Bradley Walsh is probably the best out of the bunch. Let me see, what else did I like? In Series 11, that was it. To be honest, there was nothing in Series 11 that I liked. That whole series was just an abomination. And I think that's why Chris Chibnall course corrected. He wanted to do something completely different, and to me, it just didn't work. And in Series 12, he tried to go back to the familiar. Let me see, what did I like? Actually, in Resolution of the Dalek, I did like the fact that the Daleks were a bit sinister again, because they weren't in the last few years particularly. I thought they were kind of just mishandled and they weren't treated with the respect that they deserved. Now, I'll give Chibnall credit for that, because that scene with the army, with that Resolution Dalek, that scene is actually good. And there's no denying that. But the dialogue between that Dalek and Jodie Whittaker was cringe, because the way she was talking to the Dalek. Didn't like it. You don't talk to a Dalek like that. It's like, all right, mate, or whatever it was. Get away. Um, I didn't mind Spyfall Part 1 wasn't too bad. I said that. But then it was all ruined by Spyfall Part 2. And then we go on from there. And for me, just personally me, but you could see it on the panel as well. Now, we had someone that was first time, no, not first time watching Doctor Who, but had watched a few stories, but wasn't a fan like us. I watched Series 12. They weren't impressed. We had Rabbi that was on the panel as well, and I think it was Orphan 55 where he finally broke. But I was already gone. I'd already made up my mind. I was 2 episodes in, and I was done. But I still reviewed it all. We still watched it. I put myself through that hell each week. We got to the Fugitive of the Judoon. And I thought it started off well. Like everybody, it did actually start off a little bit exciting. I thought this actually looks half decent. I did like the Judoon in it. I thought, because I've always liked the Judoon, even though they're already a bit they were introduced in RTD's era, but I always wanted to see more of them. So it was nice to see them, and I did like them. I did like the Judoon actually in that era, I have to be honest. I thought Ruth's Doctor, for the time that she was the Doctor, has done more in the role in that small space of time than Jodie Whittaker has done in 2 years. I actually think she's a better actress as well. Now, am I saying she should be the next Doctor? No, I'm not, because I have the belief and the stance has always been that the Doctor, because it's been over 50 odd years, and I don't care where you stand on this, to be honest, this is just a personal opinion of mine. I know someone said to me, well, the debate about a female Doctor was had 2 years ago and it was lost. No, it wasn't lost, because if you look at the ratings, the argument and the conversation is still going on. Just because you guys on the other side have chosen to close down the conversation is not up. The conversation still needs to be had, and you need to ask yourselves the question, why are the ratings so low? It's nothing to do with TV habits, because they take the TV habits into consideration now when they do the ratings. You don't just get a 7-day or the 28-day. You get a whole complete picture, right? So there is no excuse anymore. So it's not TV habits. So start asking yourselves the right question. Why is the show as ratings gone down? Why is the Doctor Who magazine gone down? And don't just blame the pandemic. Yes, I will say to a certain extent that the pandemic has affected some sales, right? I'm not going to deny that. All newspapers as well have lost. But Doctor Who, compared to the rest of them, was doing relatively good. Jodie, look at the magazine since Jodie Whittaker has been the Doctor. There has been, even before this pandemic, see, they're using the pandemic to kind of cover over the whole lot. But look at it. The magazine sales have been down and have been going down rapidly before this pandemic. The reason why I brought up Peter Capaldi's and hers, because someone said, what's the point of this video that I did? The reason why I did the video, I wanted to show, and while I admit that there was a decline under Peter Capaldi, the decline under Jodie Whittaker, the magazine has plummeted. Now, that's not just down to Jodie Whittaker, by the way, and I will be fair. This has got to do with the fact that Chris Chibnall doesn't really react with the magazine the way that Stephen Moffat did and RTD did. They always gave the magazine some exclusives. They always gave the magazines bits and pieces that would, keep fans enthralled. Chris Chibnall doesn't do that. He keeps everything to his chest, and if anything is leaked, apparently he goes on like a dictator. You think going bad? That man apparently is worse than me. Right? He goes mental when information is released. Now, if there's one way he could stop that and stop YouTubers like me from doing what we do, right? And that's simple. If he provided Doctor Who magazine with information, right? Not everything. You give them you give them enough information that keeps the fandom happy. You give enough information so the magazine can tick over. Yeah. But then also, when you've got the magazine taken over with people that have all these personal beliefs and start putting them into their columns and start, basically, it's like they're projecting their own stuff in the magazine, right? And then if you go against all of that, you're this, that, and the other. I will not buy. I have not bought the magazine under Chris Chibnall. I actually didn't buy it under Stephen Moffat. I did buy it under RTD when it came out because it was huge. But I didn't buy it under Moffat. But I did buy it under RTD. But I will agree with everybody that has said it. RTD, when he was in charge, the Doctor Who magazine was fantastic. Even under Moffat to a certain extent. I remember there was one issue that I bought is because it had an exclusive. I remember you got a disc. Something got to do with the Weeping Angels. It was, and he gave you a disc. He gave you a disc that you put on the PC, and I bought that magazine just for that disc. And then the information and it wasn't just production notes. Moffat and RTD would go into great detail, right, on how they come up with this concept, this, that, and the other. Look at a Chris Chibnall interview on Doctor Who magazine. He gives nothing away. I'm telling you, look, the magazine is failing because Chris Chibnall's not like the other two. He's not as open, and yes, the magazine's going to suffer. And I am sad that the magazine is in trouble. I am, because the magazine survived trauma before. And this could finish it. This era could actually finish it. That's how bad it is. And these fans are still saying it's a success. And they can't see past their love of Jodie Whittaker, right? They can't see past their love of Jodie Whittaker. So to them, the show is perfect because she's in it. And as long as she's in it, it's going to be great. It doesn't matter if the ratings hit the floor, which they already have, but it doesn't matter to them. They're always going to praise that woman no matter what. A disaster area says, reason the magazine sales are down is the same reason merchandise and DVD sales are down. Exactly. And you know what? You know, people keep saying, but you keep repeating the same thing. Yeah, because you won't get the message. You won't leave us alone. You come out with ridiculous statements then. Then someone from the BBC or Jodie Whittaker or Chris Chibnall will come out with a stupid statement. Then you had the statements from everybody coming out, giving out about the fans for having a complaint about the timeless children. You had, as I call him, Mr. Blockety Block, Paul Cornell, blocking all fans. After he had asked the fans, what did you think of the timeless children? I literally went in, left a comment and I said, I thought the timeless children was an abomination. And I was blocked. Right? Thought I was the only one. Right? Until everybody, and I mean everybody that we knew, everybody was getting blocked left, right. Even people he never interacted with. Some people coming, I don't watch your videos around, but I heard you're going around like saying that Paul Cornell's blocking people. Well, look, don't even know the chap and he's blocked me. And I was like, what the hell? Then he tried to blame some bot that he had in that took out certain, I don't know what it was. I don't know how it works personally myself, but that's the excuse he used, right? And then just before he was to come on and do his one, he mass unblocked a lot of people as well that night. The right kind of YouTubers, the right kind of Twitter accounts. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing. And then right after it again, he was off with his blockety block, block, block. They can't take criticism. They block. Yeah, Geek Union. I agree with you. We won't. I mean, look, it's like, how bad does this have to get before the other side get it? We don't hate Doctor Who. I don't personally hate Jodie Whittaker, but I despise her being in the role because she doesn't treat the role. I'm sorry, she does. Look, you watch that HBO Max interview, and I urge you all to watch that HBO Max and take his or Jodie Whittaker thoughts out of our heads. Just look at that video as a Doctor Who fan and watch Matt Smith, David Tennant, and Jodie Whittaker, and watch how the three of them talk about Doctor Who. And there's something startling when you watch that video. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but a lot of the people in here in the comments already know. But go and watch the video. It's very interesting the way the two lads speak about Doctor Who, and then you see the way she speaks about Doctor Who, right? And the way she speaks about Doctor Who, I'm being honest, doesn't come across great compared to the other two lads, right? You could genuinely feel the love of Doctor Who from them two lads, right? Genuinely. And it's not because I don't like I'm sorry, she does not come across that she loves the show. It comes across as fake. I don't believe her. I never believe her. I don't believe her in the show because she's written that way, and I don't believe her when she actually comes out and does something. I don't believe her. And I can't help that. I'm sorry, I never really liked her as an actress. She was okay in Broadchurch. I mean, how hard is it to play a grieving mother? I could play a grieving father in Broadchurch. I'll just say to fucking Chris Chibnall, give me a fucking onion. I'll cry the shit out of this scene. Maybe Chris Chibnall should have hired me as the master for his era. He was looking for a lunatic. Oh, you asked me what else I liked about this era. I will say this, Sacha Dhawan's master. Go and watch me. Listen, people accuse me of being racist, but here's the thing. Go and watch me Series 12 reviews, right? And watch when he makes his appearance on Doctor Who, right? Spyfall, at the end of Spyfall, watch me reaction. I'll listen to how I react to his master. And I praise his master all the way through when he appears. I love Sacha's master. I actually said he's better than John Sim. He has the potential to be better than John Sim, and I think he is. I think he plays crazy very, very well. So there you go. Sacha Dhawan, for me, the highlight of Series 12 for me has been Sacha Dhawan as the master. The only highlight of Series 12. Oh, and the fact that it's over now. But seriously, now there's some people in here that follow me that don't like Sacha Dhawan. Yeah? And will tell me that they don't like Sacha Dhawan, but yeah, I'm not going after them. They're not coming after me either, saying, oh, yeah, what you like? You know? We're a bunch of grown-ups here. People don't like Sacha Dhawan, fair, fine. Oh, I love Sacha Dhawan. And as I said, Jo Martin did herself proud. And listen, no matter what my personal feelings are in the female Doctor, what she did those few minutes or those few scenes that she was in compared to what Whittaker has done in 2 years, if I was given a choice right now, if I was told that they were going to cast another woman, or I was told you have a choice, we can keep Jodie Whittaker for another year, or we can give Jo Martin a year, I'd give Jo Martin the last year. To be quite honest with you, I'd rather her play the Doctor, because at the end of the day, it's at least I know that woman is a fan, right? She's a fan, right? Now, whether I agree with her playing the role or not, I don't care. She's a fan. She's a fan of Doctor Who. She's grown up with Doctor Who. She understands the role. And being honest, guys, look at her cameo again. She does understand the role. That very first scene that she has with Whittaker, when Whittaker realised what the feck is going on in her doc, that is brilliant. It annoyed me because with the implications of the whole lot, because we knew what was coming then in the Timeless Children. But those few minutes, I'm telling you, if I had a choice between the two right now, if I was told, listen, they're going with a woman again, Jo Martin. She's the logical one. Logical choice out of the two. The exterior is brilliant. The interior of the TARDIS is absolute garbage. So yeah. So yeah, the highlight for me would be Sasha Dewan. And I have to say, for the few minutes or the few scenes that Jo Martin was in, she's done more in the role than Jodie Whittaker's done in 2 years. So, I mean, that tells you everything you need to know about Jodie Whittaker's Doctor. And you know what was actually quite ironic about it as well is that Chris Chibnall wrote Jo Martin's Doctor to take the piss out of his incarnation, the one that he actually harped on about being the first female Doctor. And then what does he go and do in the Timeless Children? He retcons his own bleeding Doctor. Oh my God, you can't make this shit up, but there you go. You can't make this stuff up. But there you go. He retconned his own. So we got this whole breaking the glass ceiling. Oops. Whoops. Do you remember that line? She says, whoops. Yeah, whoops, all right. 3 million households only watching Doctor Who now. Whoops is right. Yeah, I won't be surprised if a few more Doctors turn up, Charlotte, at this stage, to be quite honest with you. Look, people buy this new canon. To me, there is. Look, they can write all the articles that they want, right, and say that there isn't plot holes. I mean, there was one article that stands out of the whole lot of them, is where Chris Chibnall's Timeless Children almost was the key word, fits into canon, which means the article is bullshit. And then the article itself, you go and read it, and the only evidence it provides is those bloody, oh man, I wish I could go back to that episode, that story, and just bloody get rid of it. So the faces of Morbius, but they're calling doctors now. And now we're told that there was more incarnations before Hartnell. No, I'm sorry, but I don't agree, and most of the fandom don't agree. Hartnell was the first incarnation of the Doctor on screen, and we don't want. And anyway, by the way, just to let you know, right? This is like the whole Alien Covenant thing, where Ridley Scott thought it was a good idea to basically expose the lore of the alien, so there's no mystery anymore. So you kind of ruin the whole thing that made the alien. It's the same thing here with this Timeless Children. What Chris Chibnall is doing, he's basically, as Crystal has said, and it's actually the better way of putting it, watering down Doctor Who's canon and the Time Lords and the Time Lords canon. And I'm sorry, it's disrespectful. And even the way it comes about is damn right pathetic. I mean, the multiple murder and experiment. No. And this is why I broke down that night. And I don't care. You can slag me for that. I do not give a shit. Right? That broke me. Watching all that history. See, this is why you will never be fans. I'm sorry, I'm going to call you out for what you are. You are fake fans. You will never understand what it's like. Someone says they don't like Jo Martin's costume. To be honest, it was better than Whittaker's. So, I mean, look, you know yourself. And Michael has to leave. Listen, Michael, have a good one, mate. You look after yourself. Stay safe and all, yeah? And watch yourself out there, because they've eased lock now. I have to say, it's not too bad out in the streets in Ireland, because still some of the shops are closed. And I have to say, the majority of Irish people are okay, but as soon as you go into the shops, that's when everything starts. I came home in rotten humour. Let's just put it this way: the shops are crazy. I can't do it. The sooner they find a vaccine, the fucking better, because I can't be dealing with this crap. Shops, queues, and then people getting in your way. So yeah. Bye, Michael, says everybody. Goodbye. We'll see you soon anyway, pal. So yeah, I mean, look, that's where we've always stood on the Tardis zone, on the whole situation. Yes, I don't like Jodie's doctor, but I don't just focus on her. But when she does make stupid statements or comes out with stuff, I am going to highlight it because that's what I do. I do the same when Chris Chibnall comes out with something stupid, or as I said, Paul Cornell, or Matt Stevens, or Crystal D, or Ben Cook, or whoever it is. Yeah, I've done videos on them all in the past. Some were taken down by YouTube because some of them can't actually take criticism. And that's just the way I suppose it goes. What can you do? I'll never come back happy with TV Doctor from 1963 to 2017, who and some audios and novels, but will never come back to the TV show. I'm sorry, I am done, says Daniel. Well, I haven't watched Joe Martin and Holby City, the thing, King, but I will read your comment, and it says, the thing is, Joe Martin, she acts the same as our doctor as she does in Holby City, which is worrying if she appears back, if ever. Oh, she will be back. Look, this is not even a prediction. This is not even a rumor, but it's 100% guaranteed that Joe Martin's in next season. She has to be, because she just can't just appear there and not reappear. She's gonna appear. Well, in saying that, this is Chris Chibnall. Nah, I reckon she'll make an appearance, to be quite honest with you. So it'll be interesting. We'll see. We still don't know when this festive special is coming out anyway. They keep saying festive, but they won't tell us whether it's coming out. Yeah, actually, that's another thing. So the HBO Max video that I'm trying to get you all to watch, if you haven't watched it, with the three of them. Now, I want to mention something about here at HBO Max. When HBO then officially announced that they had Doctor Who on the original poster, the very first poster, now they did follow it up with a second poster that did have Jodie Whittaker on the poster, but along with all the other shows that he had gotten and all the other doctors. But on the original HBO Max poster, they had Christopher Eccleston, David Tennant, Matt Smith, and Peter Capaldi, and Jodie Whittaker was nowhere to be seen. But then, see, here's the thing that nobody even questions either, right? Now, I do know there's a lockdown, so, you probably have the excuse, and you could probably save face with it, but there wasn't a lockdown, right? Then I think a lot more people would be asking the question, well, why was David Tennant and Matt Smith part of it when Jodie Whittaker is actually the current Doctor? Should she not be the one that's doing all the promotion for it and not those two lads? Obviously, if we went in lockdown, those two lads would probably off doing other projects. Would he have roped them in? Would he have roped Tom Baker in or something? Or done? No, because it's New Who only, I think. But would they have tried gotten Peter Capaldi or something? Or why no Peter Capaldi? Where was Peter? We know that Christopher Eccleston won't do anything, right? But where's Peter Capaldi? Nobody asked Peter Capaldi. Peter Capaldi's on lockdown. Did he have a problem with Peter Capaldi or something? But again, Jodie Whittaker should have been doing that on her own. Not with the two lads. They're gone. Sure, David Tennant has gone how many years now? What did he say? 10, 11? 10 years since he put the jacket on his head or something it was? Come on. Have you seen the other shorter interview now with the three doctors on Nerdist YouTube channel? It is more of the same from you know who. I mean, again, people will criticize me for this, but when she comes out with a stupid statement and says that little girls don't have to cut their hair anymore, because the Doctor was a man for all those years, and little girls apparently had to cut their hair to look like their favorite male Doctor, and now they don't have to do that anymore. Now they've got their own little role model, to look up to. Yeah, but you insert a male role model, a little boy's role model, instead of actually creating something new for a female lead to inspire young girls. You decided to actually take a role that was inspiring a lot of young men and replace that character with a woman. Instead of creating. See, here's the thing. BBC are still going to find themselves in the same situation a few years down the line anyway, because you're going to always have someone giving out that there's not enough women in lead shows, and then they'll always turn to Doctor Who or something, or maybe Top Gear. You know, they're their two main IPs, right? So they're going to use them instead of actually saying, okay, right, listen, instead of touching Top Gear and Doctor Who, I've got a mad idea. Let's create a brand new show for a female lead that's kick-ass, that everybody can get behind, especially young girls. But no, that's too hard. You just want to take the easy route, the easy option. Create. And not just for women, for everybody. Then you won't have these problems and these issues in the film and television industry that we have right now. These issues would be resolved if there was a will behind the people that make these shows and movies to actually create new stuff. Top Gear has been dead for years. Sure, we were watching the Amazon Prime one. What was it? The Grand Tour, and now that's finished. So I'm pissed off about that one as well, Geek Union. But yeah, you just need to create. Listen, they had a great opportunity with David Tennant's wife, right? Jenny was there. The Doctor's daughter. The show was already. Look, there was a show there waiting to happen, and they never took it up. Right? They needed to make a statement, and that's why Doctor Who was chosen. And this is why there will always be fans like me and others who are opposed to the casting of Jodie Whittaker, or any woman for that matter, because it's not done for the sake of the show. It is actually done to send a message to the public to say, well, look at us, we're the BBC, look how diverse we are. And that's what it's always been about with the BBC. All right? Now, instead of hiring the best person, they're hiring people based on their religion, their sex, their skin color, or whatever it is, instead of actually hiring the best person for the job. That is not rocket science. Hire the best person for the job. And then if you want to create a new franchise, if you want more women in more roles, well, then you create those roles for those women. You do not take already well-established male characters and replace them with female characters. Because again, as I said, you're already papering over the cracks. You're not actually fixing the issue because you haven't created anything. All you've done is you've already taken an idea that's already there and just said, well, how can we refresh? Oh, let's just pop a woman in there. Now, you might find those beliefs a little bit old-fashioned, right? Or think they're old-fashioned, but they're not. It's logical thinking. You create. It's as simple as that. You know, I wish that all these women out there that are part of the Doctor Who fandom that scream on the top of their voices about women's rights in the fandom and women getting further in Doctor Who. I wish these women would actually turn their attention and say to the BBC, hey, where's our very own sci-fi show? You know, no, don't put a woman in Doctor Who. We demand that you create something for us and not take away from someone else. And forget about me. Yes, she's all right. I'm a grown man, right? But look at all those little boys now that have lost the role model, or little boys that would have had a role model in the Doctor, right? And I'm not saying that there won't be some little boys out there that will like Jodie Whittaker's Doctor. I doubt there'll be very many, but you'll get one or two, fair enough, right? But they won't be. You need a male role model. Also, you need your female role models as well. You could have done it a different way. You chose this route. You've alienated the fandom. 7 million households have walked away. It's what you deserve. We live in an era of hate. The white middle-aged man, and delete him wherever you can. That's why they think Jodie has been successful. Yeah, they just delete anybody though that has. I mean, they've went after a few of the ladies in the fandom as well that don't agree with them, which again annoys me. Yeah, Jenny's on Big Finish. Yeah, but Daniel, see, again, I don't care if it's on Big Finish. She should have been on screen. She should have been on screen. We wouldn't have this nonsense happening now with the show. It wouldn't be in the crisis that it's in right now. And yes, we are in a crisis. River. See, between me and you, disaster area. Well, not between me and you, it'll be between us all. But I actually got the Hate River song near the end because for me, our story was done ages ago. On Trenzalore, I thought that was the perfect. That should have been where it ended, but of course it didn't, because Stephen Moffat can't let anybody die. Everybody lives, remember. But if it hadn't went on for as long as it went on, and she hadn't died, see, the thing about it is she died in Silence of the Light but First of the Dead. She died in that episode, so we saw her death, so we knew she was always going to end up there. And I agree with Derek McManus. I just think she was overused. I'm being honest, she is River. Look, early River for me, I love her. I love early River. I even love her as far as I think it's what series is where she's finally revealed as the daughter. That is 6, where they took the mid-season break. Yeah, I even liked her in that up to a point, but then after that, then it was like, no, now she's done. She's done. Just leave her, Moffat. But no, you had to drag her back out again and again and again, and it was like, and again. And again. See, you all think I just criticise. Listen, I used to criticise Moffat's era as well, believe it or not. That's what Doctor Who fans do. We're not happy with everything, We're not always happy with everything. But then whenever anything is good, we will praise. For me, Captain Jack was the one that had the most potential. And I know some fans have a love-hate relationship with Torchwood, but I'm not gonna lie, I personally love Torchwood with all its wokeness and all. I don't give a crap. Of course, we did have that abomination Cyberwoman, which I still can't watch to this day. I watched that first time. Actually, I remember at the time being told, right, I was told next week's episode for Torchwood, I was reading up about and I seen the picture and I was like, seriously, is this what he's doing, a sexy Cyberwoman? And I thought, okay, I'll give it a go, because the rest of it has been out there. Let's have a go. Yanto's story, like, it is sad, Lisa. It is sad, like, but I just couldn't take seriously that cyber. No, I couldn't take the cyber lady seriously with half naked and stuff. What were you thinking? Chin on. What was he thinking, Teddy? What was he thinking? I have something deadly to show you later on, actually. I tried to do a little video, but Ted kept barking through it. Obviously, because the camera is not working on my laptop at the moment, I was going to do it on my phone, a little upload for you and put it up on the channel, just to show you what I received all the way from Australia. I got this beautiful Tom Baker poster, this magnificent old school poster. Is absolutely, I can't wait for you to see it. It's blown me, it's at the blow me mind. It was a birthday present. As you actually know, I have these last few weeks have been kind of rough on me, and all in between that, I did have a birthday, which I did celebrate with you guys on the stream. But up until then, it wasn't a great thing, because everybody knows the situation with me mother and all and stuff. It hasn't been a nice time. This is what I mean. These people don't realize, and I haven't said it because I won't, but I have been going through a lot of things. My mum was taken into hospital and stuff, and then I've been dealing with all this troll nonsense, being accused of this, that, and the other. And I will just say something on the China video that I did, the Star Wars and Doctor Who deals that went through. I had made a few statements during that video, because I've gotten very angry, because obviously we were talking about the racism with China when it came to the Star Wars posters, and obviously Doctor Who then had sold its rights, and I was talking about that as well, because obviously, how could Doctor Who BBC do that when the Chinese government oppresses their people? But I did make a statement about Chinese people, about being dirty and stuff like that, and it was taken as a blanket statement. Now, everybody that knows me on this channel knows exactly what I actually meant. But for those who didn't, I wasn't criticizing the Chinese people themselves, okay? I was actually just giving out about their behavior, the way they've went on in the past. I've been talking about the fact that, this global pandemic has hit, that it's not a very, the country has been pulled up before about its security breaches and its lack of hygiene. You can call me racist all you want. This is all out there in the public knowledge, right? It's all out there, right? The racism is out there. The rest that I spoke about is out there. Also, on that day that I was doing that stream, we had heard that that one of those the festival, the meat festival, that the dog festival, whatever you want to call it, the one where they murder, the torture the dogs and eat them. Now, as you know, I'm a dog lover. Obviously, Ted, you know how I feel about him. So, I called them vile and disgusting for that. Right? Now, of course, this has been taken up the wrong way completely, and they've taken a 9-minute clip and they've thrown it up all over Twitter, and they've basically accused me of being racist. All you guys already know that follow me, that have been following me from day one. You know how passionate I get. You know how angry I get. And you know exactly that it wasn't a racist comment. But I will apologize for one thing. I will apologize for some have considered it a blanket statement, so therefore it was racist. I refute that, but I will apologize for if people thought that it was a blanket statement that don't know me, because it is the people that don't know me that have a problem. The rest of the people that know me don't actually have a problem, and none of my followers or subscribers have actually came to me and have said to me that they're disappointed, because they know exactly what I'm like. They know that I don't have a racist bone in my body. But for those people that don't know me and that continue to go out there and say that I am racist, I will apologize if it came across as a blanket statement. But what I was doing was, no, I will, because, well, what do you mean? I'm not listen for a minute, right? You don't know what it's been like for me the last 4 days, right? They're setting up YouTube channels and they're putting up this 9-minute clip, right? And I have to say something because it hasn't affected the channel yet. But if anybody new comes to the channel, I need to explain because they won't know me the way yous do. And that's the only reason why I'm doing it. I'm not actually apologizing because I'm not apologizing for being racist because I didn't do anything racist. I'm just apologizing that if I made a statement that seemed to come across as a blanket statement, I'll apologize for that. But I ain't apologizing for being racist because I wasn't racist. End of story. I just want to get that out there anyway. Clear. It's as simple as that. I know it's so obvious, but look, at the end of the day, right? You have already seen on Twitter, someone went out there and made a few statements about me, right? With absolutely no evidence. And you're seeing what happened, right? They're putting this video up, right? A 9-minute clip out of context, out of a whole live stream that was done. All right? I have to say something. I have to say something. Because if anybody comes to this channel, yeah, I want them to hear it from me myself. I'm absolutely, look, the vile things that have been sent to me, I've actually thrown someone. And you know what the funny thing is though? I'll give you a laugh, right? I get sent stuff, right? So they're sending me stuff in messages and all, and they're sending me stuff like they're tagging me and stuff. So I'll screenshot it and I'll put it up on the Twitter account. I'll just say, look, there's another idiot sending me this. So apparently I've got, a small penis. So the past 2 weeks, I'm having an affair with Rabbi behind their wives' backs. I hang around with a friend that likes to have his way with dogs. Apparently I have a small one. Where else? There was something that, where else was there said? Yeah, I'm getting sent all these links to all these really, I've already said it, porn channels. I've been told to die. I've been called every name that you could think of under the sun. And the thing about it is I'm still here. Even though as I said, I've been dealing with family issues and stuff. But this one thing with the whole them taking videos out of context is it is annoying. I have to admit, I'm not going to lie. It is annoying because at the end of the day, we've seen social media. It's trial, you're convicted, you're guilty even before, someone just has to say something about you nowadays and people will believe you. And we've seen that. Especially these last couple of weeks. We've seen it. So some of you have been out there defending me, but do me a favor, don't even comment to them anymore. And what I've been doing on Twitter, and I've no fear saying this because apparently I'm ducking people. I'm not ducking people. What I've decided to do is I'm not going to listen to you or bullshit. And as I said, if I don't like what you guys have to say, there's a thing called a block button. And I said the same to you guys. If you don't like what I say, well then use our block button because I'd be most certainly using my block button against idiots. Yeah, so you hopped on a plane to Israel whilst in lockdowns and having an affair with Rabbi. You must be busy, man, Noel. Yeah, exactly. Considering that I've been on basically on social media for these last 2 weeks non-stop constantly, and I still had time to hop on a plane, wait for Rabbi's wife to go out, have me wick away with him, right? Then back to the airport, back on the plane, back into bed before Cheryl found out. Yeah. And then these people then And I'm not saying it's the person that wants to come on my channel, but this is one of the reasons why I won't bring people on like that. I'm not saying that person has said that, because that person hasn't, but this is one of the reasons why I won't bring on people on the other side or people like that, because they'll only use it as an opportunity anyway to have to try. And I say try because they've already tried. Yeah, I know. The only thing is, I'm glad that video that people haven't, they know it's only a 9-minute clip out of a whole stream, you guys. So I'm glad, but I have to be honest. I have had even strangers come to me, and it isn't nice. These guys are trying to get me off Twitter. There is an active campaign to try and remove me off Twitter. Unfortunately for them, I've already alerted Twitter that my account is going to be mass reported, and I showed them the tweets, especially the one where your woman says be ass is grass, and that we've reported them. And I've had other tweets as well where other people saying, come on, we report these report these Twitter accounts. So Twitter is aware, and as Derek can actually detest it, can back me up on this one. Twitter has started to remove some of those vile, disgusting accounts that I was accused of setting up, that but actually had nothing to do with, which is I don't listen. I just want to make one thing clear to anybody out there, and I mean anybody out there. This is not directed at anybody in particular, but I will say this. I don't hide behind fake accounts. If I have anything to say to you, I will come to your account and I will say it to your face. I think what people don't realize is, as I said, and I've been saying for the last 2 years, I don't give a flying fuck who you are, right? If you say something about me and if I see it, I will come and defend me. So I'm not going to hide behind another account, and I never have. Unlike you guys, I will face you face to face, right? That's the difference. I don't hide behind different aliases, right? Everybody knows my name, right? I don't hide behind fake names around. I call myself Jodie Whittaker or whatever the feck, right? You all know me. Front and center. I don't need no fake accounts, right? If I've got a problem with you, I'll come to you directly. So anybody out there claiming that it's me with fake accounts, well, anyway, all you guys know me. You know how I work, how I operate anyway, right? I don't use underhand tactics like that anyway. The only time I use underhand tactics in anything is when I was actually getting my whole campaign together to get people to write to the BBC, send emails to the BBC, and I had to do that underhandedly so the other side, so your side wouldn't find out what we were up to. But all those emails that went to the BBC and those 3 responses were down to me and all my followers and all the other YouTubers that we roped in. We got together and we sent a shit ton of emails and letters to the BBC, and we told them of our disgust of this. They came out with 3 statements that was down to us. You think this fandom doesn't have any power? You've got some little pathetic little hashtag trending. If we wanted to get a hashtag trending, we could get a hashtag trending like that, right? But what's the point? Hashtags do no. What statement did you make? What? Because someone went around and said she was being bullied, just did this hashtag as a what? A way to stick it up to us. We were laughing at you. We were laughing at you because everything indicates that this show is gone, but just put up Jodie's air doctor. Well, she won't be next year. I've already told Matrix Lord, by the way, I'll just let you and the guys know. I've already told him that if he's right, I'm getting a plane. I'm booking a flight. And by the way, I just want to actually point out to people, me and Matrix Lord didn't have the best start on YouTube together. Someone tried to, again, this is how it happens. Someone tried to get me and Matrix Lord to have a full-blown feud on YouTube, and it nearly worked until someone just, I think it was Daniel. I think it was Daniel. I think Daniel went to Matrix Lord or something, had a few words, and then he had a few words with me, and then I start texting, or Joe started texting me for, I don't know who texted who first, but we start texting each other anyway, and we were able to sort out our differences like adults. And now me and Joe were probably the best of, well, I can say confidently that we're the best of pals. We were talking last night and all, we're having a laugh last night and everything. You know, I don't just share streams with these guys. I actually have, you know, we do have time where we talk and all. It's not just a YouTube thing. We develop friendships with people, genuine friendships. And I'm proud to count Matrix Lord as one of them. I have to be honest though, mate, you better leave America if Jolly Whittaker stays, because I'll be booking a flight. Yeah, you better find a parallel doctor fast. Get into that TARDIS and fly to the future. He's in work now, so I know he'll be listening at some stage. So hello, Matrix Lord. I hope you're keeping safe, man. But listen, I love yous all. And, you know, thanks to yous, I'm still around. Because, you know, after the time this children, you know, I was gonna see. This is the thing. They shot themselves in the foot, because I was packing it in. If you all remember, I was actually going to give up the YouTube channel and all, and they actually won. They actually won. All I'm going to tell you is now, yous actually won. He's actually won until he's opened his mouth. If he's hadn't said that and left us alone, left us to go with our heads held high and with some dignity, right? Is we're telling us for 2 years that this show wasn't ours. And finally, after 2 years, after Series 12, we decided, okay, they've got a point. We're going to go. But just wouldn't let us go. We start being tagged in stuff. I made an announcement. Ballstreck made an announcement. Gary made an announcement. Matrix Lord made an announcement. Loads of YouTubers made an announcement to their subscribers that they were done. Their subscribers and my subscribers all agreed we're done. We're done. We were doing other stuff. We were doing the watch-alongs, which we still do, by the way, this Saturday. Don't forget the Mind Robber. Hashtag That's Not Jamie is the hashtag for that one. Don't forget to join us at 7 o'clock for that one. It's going to be absolutely whopper. And then on Sunday, we have one. Right, I want to talk about Sunday's watch-along, because Doctor Who in 2005, as you all know, it came back at a nice time. I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you today if Doctor Who hadn't returned. What do I mean by that? Well, Doctor Who, basically, that show saved me life. I was at a low ebb in my life, and I was, believe it or not, going to end it all. And then I just so happened to find out that it was coming back on, and I decided to hold off, and the rest is history. But if that show hadn't come back, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you today. So yeah, when I defend Doctor Who, I'll be as passionate as I am, and I'll be as loud as I am, and I'll be whatever harsh as I want to be, right? This show did a lot for me, and I owe this show, and I'm not going to turn me back on this show when it needs its fans. And that's why I gave Series 11 and 12 a chance, like his asses to. You told us that we couldn't criticize this show unless we watched. We watched. right? So don't call me a fake fan. I sat through that and watched like everybody else in this chat did. Came on to, and by the way, all my streams for Series 12 got over 1,000 views. So over, and at the time, I only had, before the Series 12 aired, I had 500 subscribers, 556. I remember because I used to joke with me subscribers all the time. Jesus, lads, it's gone down to 552 again. It kept going from 552 to 556. And then then Series 12 happened, right? And then, actually, no, sorry. Couple of weeks before Series 12, I'd received some information. And this information I put up on my channel. Unfortunately, this information I wasn't supposed to put up on my channel, but I didn't know because by the time I got told it was too late and it was already up on my channel. BBC decided that they were actually going to have my video taken down, and I received a copyright strike. Now, for what? You might ask. Oh, and by the way, I do have proof of this. So if anybody wants to see it, I can refresh our memories. But Spyfall obviously was being aired. He won't go until I'm finished. So when I'm finished, I'll. Oh, okay. Spyfall. Obviously, few weeks before I'd received information. I put it up on the channel and the video was taken down and I got a copyright strike. The reason why I got a copyright strike is because the video had stated YouTube had taken it down on behalf of the BBC because I had given away trade secrets. And what did I give away? Well, I gave away the ending, the Spyfall. I basically told everybody that what was going to happen, the ending, the Spyfall. So that's why the video was taken down, right? But I put it up on Facebook then, and I got away with it for up until the episode aired, and then Facebook found it, and then obviously then I start getting hit on Facebook. But yeah, I mean, I don't even know what point I was making because I've gone off on one now, haven't I? But oh, yeah, I was talking about Matrix Lords. That's why I brought it up. Yeah, so, I mean, there's a few YouTubers out there, Gary, Matrix Lord, myself. I don't know if the lads from Talk Their Doctor are going to be back doing any more rumour and source information. But I think we're going to start getting it's Chris Chibnall, so we'd be lucky if we get on. But, you know, we'll get something. We just don't know. Yeah, TV show. That's what it was. Not just a TV show. So, see, you've got to understand, right? This is just to explain to the Jody fans. I won't call you J-Bots. I'll say Jody fans, right? I'll explain this to Jody fans. See, the thing about it is, guys, right? You aren't watching this show long enough to feel how we feel about the show. You might have personal feelings towards Whittaker, but towards the show, you don't have the love and respect that we have for the show. Now, that's not anything bad. These are newer fans, you know. It takes a while for you to you know, the respect is earned, you know. So when you're watching the show will either earn your respect or it won't. You know what I mean? And also, it's the same with, obviously, loving it. You know, after a time, then it's like everything else. You know, you fall in love with something, and that's what happened. And I fell in love with Doctor Who, and a lot of people here fell in love with Doctor Who, and that's and you aren't at that stage, or maybe modern fans are just not built that way. But us old school fans, if that's what you want to call us, or old fashioned fans, I'll say, because it's an old fashioned kind of fandom thing. Because you'll always notice it's always the older fans. There's a lot of the younger fans that are actually like us as well. I'm not going to actually tar you all with the same brush. But you will always find they talk differently about a TV show or a movie the way the younger fans do. To them, it's more about representation, about the color of the skin of the person that's playing the role, or the gender, or their sexuality. With us, it's more about the story, what's going to happen in the story arc, the character development, the interesting interactions between each character. They don't, unfortunately, guys, you don't think of those things. You are only interested in seeing things that are not there. And then you project them on all the fandom and think that we should all, that this is the way the show, and this is what happens. Newer fans come in, they start dictating the way a show should go. How they're not being listened to. And then what happens then is that the BBC or whatever the production company that overcompensates, and then kind of forgets the original fan, and then they push those fans away, and then what you're left with then are what I call you guys. You aren't at the you don't understand, and you never will unless you truly stick with something, but just don't just move. You are like locusts. As soon as Jodie Whittaker goes, sure, most of you will go because Jodie Whittaker is gone. And especially if they cast a male doctor. No, what you will do is you will stay around for a while and start attacking the male doctor, and having a go, because obviously the way you will see it in user head is, well, we had a go at Jodie Whittaker, but what you don't understand is every other doctor's had criticism. Every other doctor. And I mean every doctor. Because if you're delusional to think that every single fan out there loves every other doctor, well, then you're sadly mistaken. Sadly mistaken. There was people that didn't like Patrick Troughton's doctor. There was people that didn't like Pertwee's doctor. There was people that didn't like Tom Baker's doctor. All the way up. It's always been the same. Even with Christopher Eccleston, David Tennant. Sure, I wasn't a fan of David Tennant originally. Right, I was a bit worried about Matt Smith, but 11th hour he won me over. Right, we always have these worries, we always have these concerns. Sometimes doctors will, or the people that play the doctor will change their mind, and then in Jodie Whittaker's case, it'll be 2 years, and you're still wondering when she's gonna turn up as the doctor. Well, for me, problem being, you all know who my choice is for the doctor. I've said it on this channel for the last, 2 years now. Richard Ayoade. He was in a movie in America with Ben Stiller called The Watch. But for anybody that lives in the UK, you will know him more as Moss out of the IT crowd. He also does the newer version of the Crystal Maze. I don't know if that's still going, but he was doing that. And he's also appeared on 8 out of 10 Cats and other stuff. He's a comedian as well. But I think he's a proper geek. But he has all the credentials. He's got the look of a doctor. He's got that kind of sciencey look. He's got the hair. I love the hair. And him in a Doctor Who costume, it would work. He would, seriously, man. He actually dresses well as well. He wears quirky suits anyway himself. So, and he's a great actor. And he was brilliant in The Watch. So, that movie is not the greatest, but he was actually brilliant in that. I love him in that, especially when he goes to that gaff. I won't tell you because it's yeah. But he's my choice. That's who I'd go for. Or my second choice, he's another actor that I would love to play it. But unfortunately, though, and I forgot to add actually when it came to Gary's news, Gary did add this bit though. He said, right, so apparently BBC are not happy with the Timeless Children, but they are happy with the show editorially. Now, we all know this because they've already come out and made a statement about it being editorially sound, which is baffling. But that also means is that they're not going to change their agenda. So what needs to happen is actually we just have to wait until the regime completely changes. And that's not just with Chris Chibnall, but I mean the regime within the BBC too. Because it's not going to change. They're not going to change the course of path. Even if they were to introduce a male doctor, they're still going to carry on with this using Doctor Who as the tool or as the propaganda machine to get all these messages across. But I wouldn't mind if they were doing them in the way that they did them in the classic era. And I think a lot of fans are like that. We don't mind that there's political. If you want to make a stand about something, that's fine, but do it within the confines of the show. You know, when the message becomes more important than the actual story that you're trying to tell in the show, you know, you can still tell you a message and make it important, but you do it within the confines of the show, as I said. But when the message does become more important than the actual story writing, the character arcs and the character development, well, then we have a problem. That's where we have the problem. And we'll continue to have that problem as long as BBC continue down this path. And, of course, Chris Chibnall, they mightn't have liked it. I told you, I said this months ago anyway. I spoke about this on this channel. And I said it. There was people, I told you, RTD, Stephen Moffat, I was told, we broke it on this channel. I was told that people were not happy with the Timeless Children. And I wasn't believed at the time. I told people, I said, no, nobody's happy. I said, Stephen Moffat and all apparently is disgusted by it. So, I mean, you can't just think you can retcon that much history and think you can get away with it. But here's the thing: I wouldn't mind if it was done half decent. We wouldn't mind if it made sense. Okay, you'd still have fans giving out, they shouldn't have revealed it, kind of ruins it, but you wouldn't have the reaction that you're having now. Look at the Doctor Who Origins trailer on YouTube, the Time Lords Origins trailer. It's got more downvotes than upvotes. Now, if you ask anybody on the other side, they will say, oh, they're bots. No, they're not. Read the comments. And they're not all trolls either, like you say. See, this is what happened when the media start calling fans trolls, right? Then these fans that supported these shows start calling us trolls. See, the thing is, we're not trolls. We're actually fans that have opinions that you don't actually like. So he's decided to give that a name, which is a troll. It's not. It's a fan with a different opinion. You need to get over it. You know, at the end of the day, I would just love to be, as someone said, well, to be in my own little obscure little world on YouTube. Well, then leave me alone. And if I do end up being that little channel that nobody takes serious, so what? So what? Who cares? I'll still have an audience, though. So, you know. So, yeah, we got the school reunion on Sunday. And, of course, it was the return of a very special companion. Oh, and we've also gotten the appearance of my favourite K9. And Ted just looked at me when I said that. Yeah. For anybody that doesn't know what I'm talking about, obviously K9 makes his return in School Reunion. And Mickey, this is where now Mickey, this is where we see Mickey's character development. And this is why RTD is brilliant at character development. We've seen Mickey on and off up in this series. in Series 1. And then Series 2, then obviously then he gets to come on our event. Oh, after school reunions, The Girl in the Fireplace. So 2 cracking stories coming up in the next couple of weeks. Madame de Pompadour. Yeah. Here's a little question for you, just to test these memories. Let's see if anybody can be on the ball, right? First answer wins, right? Well, I mean, the first correct answer wins. In the episode The Girl in the Fireplace, what was the name of the horse that followed the doctor around on the spaceship? Go. And I can hear everybody frantically typing. And no cheating. And the first answer in. And the winner is. Ah, yeah, Geek Union, you are just a few seconds too slow. But Ben, well done, and Geek Union did get it right as well. My choices for the doctor would be Robert Sheenahan. No, I'm sorry, but not Robert Sheenahan. He's a great actor, but no, he's a twat. But the other two, definitely. But Robert Sheenahan, no, definitely not him. Sorry, but I've gone off him. He's a twat. No. The horse's name was Arthur. And your last problem being hard luck. It was actually Ben who commented first. But that reminds me, actually, the reason why I did that was because in a sly little way, I was trying to let you know that coming soon to the Tardis Zone, we will be having our very first Tardis Zone Whovian quiz. So, if you would like to take part in this quiz, now, here's the thing though. You can't say you're going to take part and then the week that you're supposed to be on, you can't turn up. So, if you're going to take part, you'll have to be available at the time. If not, what will happen is the opponent that you're supposed to face will automatically go through. We're going to do it over maybe a 6 to 8 week period. And then what we'll do is we'll have a grand final. And it'll be interesting. So we will need, obviously, people to let me know if they're interested. Now, obviously, if we don't get enough people to do it, so if we were to do 6 to 8 weeks, say if we were to do 8 weeks, we would need 16 people. 16 people. So let me know if you really want to do it. Look, this was a suggestion a few weeks back. I was talking to Rabbi about it. He thinks it's a great idea. So we're going to do it. And we might have figured out a way to do the format that there'll be no cheat. You won't be able to cheat. So that's what we're going to be doing soon. So if you want to take part, obviously after this stream goes up on the channel, when it stays up, go into the comment section. Now, I always say that though. I have to say, I always say to you, if you have any suggestions or anything, and maybe 1 or 2 of you will go in, right? Now, if you just want to take part in this quiz, right, you just have to comment in the comment. That's the only place where you can tell me that you are taking part, right? If anybody sends me a message on Messenger or on Twitter, I'm not going to accept that. You've got to give everybody a chance because we're on YouTube. Everybody can access it easy on YouTube. So if you want to take part, put your name down on the comment section when this video goes up. Not the live chat, but the comment section. And I'll be letting people also know on Twitter anyway. The more the merrier. The more the merrier. And also coming soon to the channel. Can't confirm when it's on yet because the date hasn't been finalized. But we're going to have an American Pie extravaganza. We are not only going to do the first movie. We are not only going to do the second movie. We're going to do the third movie. And maybe possibly the rest of the movies. And my guest for that one, I won't announce him yet, just in case he's changed his mind. But it was his suggestion, which I'm actually surprised about. But actually, no, some of you have already seen it on YouTube, I think, on Twitter. So, yeah, that'll be with Ballstreck if that happens. So, me and Ballstreck will be doing the American Pie movie franchise. If you want to join us for that. That'll be a bit of fun. And of course, as I said, we'll have stuff with Rabbi, obviously, as well. So we're going to be very busy, you know. It's been a very busy few weeks. And, you know, let's just say that all the drama has kind of focused me. And you know, I've kind of gotten everything. By the way, everybody's saying thank you and nice new logo. I've seen someone actually mention the logo there, and I just want to say, yeah, is can congratulate Problem Being in the chat there. Problem Being is the guy behind the new logo. He's obviously working on something for the channel as well, a new trailer, and also at some stage, I know because we spoke about it, I think he's going to get the cover photo for the YouTube channel. So we're going to replace the cover that we have because obviously I want to use the same sort of logo that he's used for the cover photo. So we're kind of, it's not a rebrand. But do you call that a rebrand? Is that what you call it? Or an update? Wherever you want to call it, an update, a rebrand, so that's what we're doing with the channel anyway. So we're trying to make it a little bit more professional looking. I don't claim to be a professional, never have, never will. There's a whole, it's actually gas, right? I found a whole forum of people asking the question, is Noel Zone a good host? I never claimed to be a good host. Actually, if you're asking me personally, I would actually have to say no. I don't think I am a good host. Because for the simple fact of the matter is I do have all these questions in my head, but they never come out. But I do my best at what I do. And, you know, if I'm stuck, that's, you know, I've got me other. Listen, I used to do a lot of streams on my own anyway. I have interviewed people before, and I was told I've done great interviews. I can be good not when I want to be, but I can be good when I can feel it. But yeah, I already get frustrated enough as it is sometimes when I do these streams. Sure, I do sometimes get me words very hard to come out, but that's got to do with the fact that, you know, you get a smack of a bus that'll happen to you, you know. I don't brag that I have disability like most people wear as a thing to shame people, as a badge. You know, they use it to shame people. Well, you're picking on someone that has a disability. You know, you'll get that. You do not have a disability and you're picking on me. No, I didn't. But like, why is that irrelevant? If you're an asshole, why does it matter? I hate this whole mentality, you know. You know, if you're If you're aware that you're being an asshole, well then I don't listen. I don't claim not to be an asshole. The other side think I'm an asshole. Fine, fine. Plenty of people out there I find assholes too. It's just the way it works. And what are you barking at? Well, that's just the rain, buddy. See, and that's some fella on a motorbike because he's an idiot. Don't mind him. Did he scare you? Hold on, hold on. I have to say, Ted misses being on camera. Actually, I know you all miss him as well. And someone actually wrote me a message there the other day. And you know what? When I read it, I do agree. I do miss the good old days, I have to say, when this channel was slightly smaller. Not that I want anybody to go. I'm just saying, it's just we had Ted on all the time. It was just, even though things were shit, there was always something to put a smile on their face. And since this pandemic, I don't know. It's just it hasn't been the same, hasn't felt the same. You know, even Timeless Children after that. Do you know what? I have to be honest. Timeless Children did a lot more to me than I realised. And even though I broke down on the stream, emotionally, it's done a lot more damage. I haven't been the same on the YouTube channel since. Actually, if you just go back and watch this, it's seriously, you just go back to the couple of weeks before I did the Timeless Children, right? Where I was doing all my other videos and my other streams, right? And then you watch me streams after the Timeless Children. I was actually listening to a bit last night. I was actually very startled. And some people have said it to me, but I've kind of like said, nah, you're wrong. I haven't changed. It's but I have. It's the passion somehow is. It's not that it's not there. It is there. I still have. Look, I have passion for this channel. I'm talking about Doctor Who here, but it has kind of. I don't know. It's just like before I really cared if this show went under, and after the Timeless Children, I can think of nothing better to happen. And that kills me personally because everybody knows how I feel about this TV show. And people can belittle me because I cried and broke down on that stream. But that night I laid everything bare. That night my heart was genuinely broken. And I know people listening to this now on the other side will be laughing. They won't get it. And I get that. Fair enough. But you shouldn't belittle someone for that. For wearing that emotion and letting people feel it with them. I mean, it was heartbreaking to me. And it still is, even thinking about it right now. I can even feel myself getting a little bit worked up over it. Because I still haven't got over it. And look, you just won't understand. You'll be there screaming, well, just get over it. It's only a TV. Again, keep saying it's only a TV show. To you it is. And that's fair enough. But to me, and to a few people in this chat, I'd say the majority, it is the people in this chat, it's more than a TV show. It's had an impact on their lives personally. And in some cases, has saved lives. I will never forgive Chris Chibnall for what he's done. Jodie Whittaker, yes, I can forgive her because, at the end of the day, she didn't write the Timeless Children. She just acted in it. But she'll be gone. She'll move on. But I'll never forgive Chris Chibnall. That night, all my childhood, all the things that the doctor stood for me, the role model, even as an adult, still looked up to the doctor. That was all destroyed in Timeless Children. And that's why I will continue to fight. And that's why I will continue to do what I do. Because love trumps everything. And the love that I have for Doctor Who is something that you guys will never fully understand on the other side. You will never understand it. And you know what? I don't really care anymore. I used to try convince you. But what's the point? What's the point? He's aren't even willing to listen. And even if you were to listen, and I know that some of you are laughing at me now. Because that's the way you are. That's the way you have been brought up, unfortunately. You don't have respect. You demand respect. Respect is earned. I just hope, and I mean this sincerely, I just hope that one day that you fans that are around now don't fall in love with the show the way I did. Because I wouldn't like us to go through what it's been like as a fan for me personally these last 3 years since Jodie Whittaker has been cast. It's been an absolute nightmare as a Doctor Who fan. The death threats, the constant attacks, and people say I'm playing the victim here, right? It's not about playing the victim. This all started because I had a different opinion to other people. And this is how this all happened. Because a woman was cast and then all of a sudden you couldn't criticize. And then if you dared criticize, you were hammered, you were called every name under the sun. It was a mob mentality. You guys all started this off 3 years ago. And now that we're finally fighting back and have had enough after 3 years, he's have the cheek now to turn around, play victim and call us the bullies, call us racists, homophobes, whatever it is, ism you can think of. I just hope to God that you've never fallen in love with a show the way I have and being treated with the disrespect that I have for 3 years. And not just me. People in the live chat have experienced. Every single person I know in that live chat has experienced some sort of attack off one of you guys. Last year I was told, I hope you die in a car crash. 3-4 nights ago, I put it up on Twitter. I was told, no, die. And I'm playing a victim here. You think it's all right to send someone death threats because they have a different opinion about a TV show that you don't like people having, right? Now, the reason why I say TV show, because it's a TV show to you. To me, it's more than a TV show. I've already said this. I've already tried to explain it. And there's someone out there that actually ridiculed me for saying that. Well, he said it's just more than the TV show for him. because they were giving out, we're still man, well, not man babies. And by the way, just to let you know, it's not just blokes that are giving out about Jodie Whittaker's casting and the state of this show. There's plenty of women out there, but it's funny how you don't focus, you don't say anything about the women in the fandom that are. It's always the blokes. Oh, look, a sexist pig there. There's another sexist male there. Look, there's plenty of women in this fandom that actually hate Whittaker's doctor and what our doctor's supposed to stand for, because they can see right through the bullshit. And this is what I can do. And I'll go back to my original point. If Jodie Whittaker was cast for the sake of the show, for the improvement and the betterment of the show, and not for a personal reason or for an agenda, which it was. And by the way, what was that agenda? The diversity inclusion strategy, the 2020 out that they brought out, which basically said they had to have women in a certain amount of roles by 2020, right? And then what do they do when that strategy is released? Then what do? They cast the first female doctor, and you're telling us that there's no connection, that they cast Jodie Whittaker because she was the best one for the role, even though they had published this thing that said that they had to have women in the role. That's why we give out. That's why we give out, because that's why she was cast. And by the way, she wasn't the first choice, because apparently the first choice that he had, the other woman, Olivia Colman, which was rumored to be, she turned down the role apparently, right? So she could even see what was happening with this. She knew it would have been a token role, and she kept away from it. Look at, listen, I said this before, and there's no disrespect to Jodie Whittaker, but Doctor Who's probably is the biggest thing that she's worked on. So this is a step up for her. Whereas for Olivia Colman, no disrespect to Doctor Who, this would be a step down. And the reason why I say that, because Olivia Colman went on to win an Oscar, so she's an Oscar winning actress, so it would be a step down. And by the way, at the time that she was offered the role, I think The Favourite as well was just finished filming or something. So if she had took the role of the Doctor, she would have actually won the Oscar while in the role playing the Doctor, if she had taken the role. But she knew not to take the role, because she knew what it was. It was just a token gesture. Instead of actually creating new content for women, creating a new hero for women to look up to, they took an already male hero there and said, let's screw that. Let's get rid of him now. Let's just replace this. And we're not creating that, but nobody will give a shit. Sorry, I just seen something in the chat there. What's going on with this video? Who's it? Listen. I've made it clear already. If there's anybody on this channel, actually, I'm gonna say this right now, right? I'm gonna go in and check that video, and if I see anybody in this chat that's attacking that girl, because I'm just have to see it in the chat. If there's anybody that's part of this channel or follows me on Twitter or Facebook that has said anything about that after me telling you not to do anything, you are being permanently removed from the Tardis zone. So before I go in and check, is there anybody that has a comment in there that they don't want me? You should take it down now. I don't know how many times I've made. See, this is what I'm talking about as well. I've told people already I can defend myself. I don't want you talking to these idiots. I'm trying to just... I'm being honest though, if there's anybody from our side at the going in there and attacking after me telling people not to, yous are done here. I'm not having it. Yous aren't helping the situation. Yous are only going to make the situation worse. Because you know what'll happen then? She'll go on, they're picking up, you don't send them out to me. Right? Just fucking leave it out. And that goes for on Twitter as well, by the way. Listen, last few days, great. But I already said last night, any of them come onto my account are being blocked. Right? I don't want you engaging with them. Right? The more you engage with them, the more fuel you are given anyway. So don't engage with them. Just do what I do and block them now. I'm done talking to these people. Right? And he's just a butthurt little prick because I won't bring him on because he thinks when he comes on he can ridicule me or whatever it is. He doesn't want to have a chat. Don't be believing that crap either when they say they want to have a chat. Of course they don't want to chat. And why do I have to answer to a little twat anyway? Yeah? Problem being said it earlier on anyway. Why do I have to come here for a minute? I don't have to answer to anybody anyway. Right? It's as simple as bloody that. This is my channel. I'll run it the way I want. I'm not having some little twats out there tell me how I should and shouldn't run my channel. Or my Twitter accounts. Or my YouTube channels. Or my Facebook chat groups. Right? No. So don't be... And another thing as well. Someone... And I won't mention names because I know you've meant well. But don't be going to people and asking and say, go on to the Tardis zone and they'll talk to you. I don't want to talk to them. They had their opportunity 2 weeks ago. None of them would take it, right? So I'm not. I said I was done. I'm done. So don't be inviting people onto my channel without asking me first, anyway. Because that's another thing. This is how this is kept up. Because I got a screenshot. There's a couple of his followers asking me to go onto his channel, but you won't invite me onto his channel. I didn't invite him on in the first place. So some of you are not helping in this situation either. So please stop texting these people. Yeah, they're attacking her because then she'll turn around and say that somehow it's connected. Did you not get what's going on here? This is what they're doing, right? I honestly believe that this is what's happening. Those fake accounts, as I said, I can't prove that they're her. But they're either her or one of her own friends doing this deliberately to start something. They're doing it again, man. They're not. These are not people just attacking her. They're probably her own friends attacking her so to get a reaction out of her to start this all up again. Right? Now, I'm going to make it clear. I've not sent anybody over to anybody. I haven't set up any fake accounts. And I'm telling you all here on the channel now, I'm sick and tired of it now. None of you have to comment on any of their comments anymore. Simple as that. It's coming back to me. And I don't want that anymore. I've said I've drawn a line under it. I'm sorting it out the legal way. Right? You aren't helping. I'm not bringing anybody on for an interview, and don't be asking people on my behalf either. I already had to have a word with someone to tell them what you're inviting them on your channel for. Don't be giving them a platform because they're just going to use it to talk about me. Why would you do that? And if I don't want to talk to them, it doesn't mean that you can talk to them about me. Or they bring up about me. That's not how it works. Hashtag we stand with Starry. Of course we do. We'll always will. But I have to say, and I'm going to say this out straight because I always am out straight on this channel. Of course, they'll probably take a clip of this and say Tardis is attacking his own subscribers now, but you know I'm not. I'm just making it very clear I don't condone bullying and I don't want you to bully anybody or comment to these people because it's not helping. Right? But I will say this. The usual people that I expected to come out and defend me did. And I don't expect everybody to come out and say so, but it would have been nice if I had got personal messages off people that are claimed to be me friends. You know, I have to be honest, bar the people that I really can't trust, and you know who you are. A lot of people have disappointed me over this last week and a half. It's funny, isn't it, that I've been attacked and nobody has really highlighted it except for the few people that we all know, the usual suspects, as I say, and you know actually all who you are, right? So I won't mention your names out straight because you know I've actually talked to you personally and told you I thank you all for all your support. But there was people out there that I expected support off because I've supported them from day one and they haven't bothered, and it opened me eyes. It really did open me eyes, actually, to be honest. I've actually got to see the ugly side of how it works, you know. Unless you're worth helping. That's the way it goes on this platform. And you know, I will say one thing. That person that insulted me and said that me channel would probably be in the obscure corner of the fandom. You're right. But it's not down to me. I've said this since last year. I do believe that certain people out there that are trying to keep me quiet. I think this whole experience has opened me. As I said, this whole experience has actually opened my eyes to the people that I can actually trust. The usual suspects came forward straight away. Some of you are in this chat right now. And I thank you all. You don't know how much it's meant, to be honest with you. You know, I am a strong-minded person, and especially with all the stuff that I've went through the last couple of weeks. But I have to be honest, some of our comments came at a nice time. You know, we could deal with so much pressure, but you know, Ballstrick does like hats. Mine is a baseball cap, by the way. Oh, and he's a Britney Spears fan as well, like myself. So that's great. Yeah. People actually thought we were winding them up about that. No, man. That's. Listen, I was still in school when Britney Spears put that school uniform on. Actually, I think I was a year older than her, 2 years older than her. And she, yeah, Britney. But you know what? That's a woman I do admire, though. She's not just a pretty face and someone that can sing. She's a girl that's been through a lot of turmoil in her life. You know, the media hounded her. She had her breakdown. She had her kids taken off her at one stage, and now look at her now. Back fighting fit, looking better as ever. Came out the other side stronger. That's a true role model there for the young girls. A girl that's been through it all and came out the other side stronger. And her music is actually, listen, as Ballstrick said, she's a guilty pleasure, and I agree. She's a guilty pleasure. Yeah. She's so lucky, she's a star, but she... Do you remember that one? Yeah, that was good. Oops, I did it again. And play with your heart. I didn't like that one. I like her older stuff though. Obviously, Britney and myself are similar ages. I'd like to see her do something now a bit more, you know, music-wise. I'd like her to do something more adult now. You know, it still sounds kind of. I know she's trying to get into the dance music, and it does work sometimes. But I'd love her to do an old. I'd like her to do an album that. See, I've heard Britney Spears, our real voice. I'm not saying that's not a real voice that you hear in the records, but I mean, Britney Spears has a real deep voice. She doesn't actually really sing, right? That's just the way she's big because she's pop. But she actually has a real deep voice. there's actually a clip of her where she was younger and she's singing and she absolutely blows your socks off. She is an actual great singer. Don't know, why am I even talking about Britney Spears? Oh yeah, because the problem being brought up the hats thing, and then I just, because we were talking about Britney Spears, me and Balls Trek, about which songs we liked and all, because I thought he was taking the piss, but it turns out he actually he doesn't care who knows now, he says. Yeah, so he's a rocker, you know, that actually likes Britney Spears. Like, yeah, I had a bit of a giggle at that one because obviously I've always liked her. So I mean, Toxic. If you don't like her in that video, there's something wrong with you. That's all I'll say. Toxic is a great song as well. But she's just, yeah, Britney. If I was gonna leave my wife, I'd leave her for Britney. Yeah. And not because she has money. Feck her money. Don't give a crap about her money. I just think Britney, there's just something about Britney. I admire that woman. She's been through a lot. I admire her. Yeah, I worked on a holiday camp with Hit Me Bay. Oh, I can imagine. Yeah, in a talent oh, I know, because all the girls were doing it at the top. I know. How can you actually? I'm being honest, Adam. I wouldn't have liked to be in your shoes there. To be honest with you, Jesus. I remember all the girls though trying to look like Britney. And it was like the lads were like, nah, you ain't no Britney Spears, sorry. Yeah. And I tell you, she's still a good looking woman. And I'm glad she has her kids back now. And I think she's trying to get our money or something because her dad, when she went mental or something, he got power of attorney or something. She's trying to fight back now and get our money. What's going on here? See, this is what I'm talking about now. Like, after me saying don't have a conversation with them on Twitter. And there you go. Post 5 days ago that I put up, right? Where I talk about the 7 million households have tuned out. So I'm not alone because someone was, harassing me. And what did I just say here on the channel? I said, don't go onto Twitter, YouTube, or Facebook and have interactions with these. And already, like, are people trying to deliberately make trouble for me? Because I don't want trouble, you know that. Because you know what happens if there is trouble. It's not going to end well for the person that comes at me. And it never ends well for them. So I don't know why people want to do this. Listen, let me save all my energy for Series 13, will you? Jesus Christ. I'll be fighting all these feckers when Series 13 comes along. So apparently I'm gonna get knocked out in the first round in this imaginary boxing match. That's never gonna happen. You're gonna get clarted. Hashtag Noel versus Lizard. First round KO. Wow. Really confident of yourself there. It's funny, you don't know me background. Woo! Yeah, I shouldn't say too much, but let's just say it's not going to be a first round knockout. It's going to be a 30-second knockout going my way against you. Listen, you're not even going to get a chance to throw a punch. You already hit the canvas before you even swing your punch. What are you talking about? And listen, I know what's happening here. You're trying to be like this other YouTuber. What's his name? Jake Paul and that other gobshite that got into a boxing ring to fight each other for fame or something. Not happening. Listen, even if I was paid £1 million, I wouldn't fight you because it'd be a waste of me time. All that training and effort for one punch that'll knock you out. No, thank you. I'd rather sit on my toilet and have a shit. First round knockout. And you know what? And they just keep retweeting it. You sad little individuals. Sad little individuals. Couldn't get me on the racism. Couldn't get me on the sexist allegations. Couldn't get me on the transphobic. Couldn't get me on all of these other things. And now you just want to fight. If I knew you were serious, actually, and there was serious money involved, you might tempt me, actually. But I'd have conditions. You want to get me in that boxing ring, organise it, and hand me €1 million, and you'll get me in the boxing ring. €1 million for 30 seconds work. Actually, John, I wanted to ask you something, mate. I just got a little bit confused, right? It's just something you might be able to clarify with me while you're here. I got a second request off you on Facebook. Do you have 2 accounts now, or did you get locked out when you updated the other one? I'm not sure if you could tell us, because I seen 2 with your name there, and I don't know if it's someone trying to pretend to be you. Oh, Jesus. Well, come here, Chris. I have a disability as well, and I mean, I'll put. It's grand. I'll tie an arm behind me back, mate. I'll only need one arm. It's not even. Listen, this is not even a contest. I thought it's an absolute joke. Absolute joke. You got locked out. Okay, that's fair enough. Just wanted to make sure, John, because you know yourself, especially these last couple of days, just wondering what the hell's been going on. They canonized the Marius doctors, have they? No. How sad for them. Do you know what, though? The thing about it is, Arius, is that nobody actually gives a damn. So they can try canonize that. But the thing that actually is most startling about Gary's news, actually going back to it, is the fact that they say that they're afraid to retcon the timeless children. Do you know? And I said this because people were saying to be retconned, and I was saying it won't be. And I'm right, and I know for a fact I'm right on this one, and I'll tell you why I'm right on this one. There's no way they're going to retcon it. Could you imagine the uproar it's going to cause from the other side if they try to even retcon that? You're going to retcon the first female doctor. You're going to retcon the timeless children. They're not going to have that. They won't allow that. Remember, BBC panders to them. So they're going to listen to them. There's no way BBC is retconning this now. So I know people out there were saying, and Rabbi that night at the time this child, don't worry, no, they'll retcon it. I knew while he was saying it to me, and I said it to you, I know it's not going to happen. You didn't even hear me. No, it's not going to happen because they're not. Listen, you've seen how toxic they are now. Could you imagine if BBC announced that they're actually going to read the new showrunner comes out and says, yeah, we're retconning this because this isn't Dr. Getaway, they'll be bleeding. No, it's not happening. This is canon now. He can make his own head canon like the other side, but this is canon. They're not getting rid of it. But that doesn't mean that we don't keep talking about it and keeping it in the public eye. Because what they've done to Doctor Who is a shambles. Jesus Christ, imagine. And they're relentless. They send me message requests as well. It's lucky I actually have message requests on, or I'd receive about 15, 16 fucking messages at a time. The thing about it is, right, they accuse me of bullying, and they still continue to do it now. So what do you want me to do? Just sit back and take it all the time and say nothing and not defend myself so I don't become a bully? If I have become a bully in your eyes, it's because you have turned me into one. It's because you have backed us into a corner and we feel like we have to come out all guns blazing. And that's what has happened. The fandom has taken it now for 3 years, and finally now we've decided to fight back. And it's about bloody time, because we should have been fighting back from day one. I said it, right? We kind of gave up after Series 11, then we got a renewed bit of vigor during Series 12 because the way it went and the shocking decisions they had made. And then momentum was on their side. Then BBC had to release 3 statements because of me and other YouTubers. And yes, I will take credit for it. I got a movement together. I worked behind the scenes for months and months and months and months to try and get this going. All during the Timeless Children review, all during the Series 12 reviews, I was telling people we had a plan to send a message to the BBC, and we did. We did. Three statements the BBC had to make, thanks to us and other fans sending in those emails to the BBC talking about how disgusting it was how Jodie Whittaker's doctor didn't react to when Graham O'Brien was telling her. He didn't react in the right manner when Graham was talking about his cancer. We also brought up about the fact that Jodie Whittaker's doctor was preaching to us about climate change during the Doctor Who episode, actually looking at the script. Get away. Being harassed for 3 years, exactly. For 3 bloody years, and then they wonder why we've turned as militant as we have. Well, if you guys hadn't started picking on us from day one, and it's been relentless for 3 years, that's the thing, right? You haven't let up in 3 years, and you wonder why we come out and attack. Yeah, I will. I'll defend any friend of mine that I know personally on this platform. Yes, I will defend myself as well against anybody that has a problem with my opinions, right? We're entitled to those opinions, just like you're entitled to your opinions praising this crap, right? But I will say, on our side of the fandom, if you have been going criticizing people because of their opinions of Doctor Who, obviously, like, if they've given you no cause or justification to do so, you shouldn't really be doing that. You know, every time I do it, and I will say every time I do it, I have justification. I have justification. Now, Geek Union has left a message there, so I'll throw it up there because it's a bit of a plug as well. So, night, guys, got to get ready for my live stream with Blue Bonnet. We'll be talking Third Doctor. At the Tardis Zone channel. A great stream as always, bud. Thank you, Geek Union. Sorry we didn't get to do our stream this week, and Purple Lady and everybody else that we had planned for the movie stream. Unfortunately, obviously, due to the events that have been happening, I had to go and actually seek some advice and go and get get everything into motion to get this sorted, because you know yourselves, bullying and harassment is one thing, but downright slander is a different thing altogether. And of course, as I said, if you're going to be accused of saying that someone's mother should die of cancer, and that person then goes and said, well, it was a friend of his that say, well, produce the friend, as I said, you know, what you've just said there is a slanderous thing. And if you can't produce any evidence of that, well, then, as I said, that's what I'm fighting you on. That's what you'll be in trouble for. Produce that friend. Because I didn't say that. And no friend of mine, trust me, no friend of mine would ever go to you and say that, because I never said that. And so they're not a friend of mine. Not a friend of mine. I've got a funny feeling who you're going to say it is. But then that person's involved with other people. And I know exactly, you know, look, this all falls down, and it is going to fall down anyway. Because as I said, the last couple of days, that's why I haven't been on. I've been busy doing what I've had to do to sort all this nonsense out. Because, as I said, this is one time that I'm not backing down. This is one time that I'm not going to let anybody on the internet think that they could say falsehoods about me, right? And put up tweets that I replied to a couple of years last year that actually prove nothing, but then you use that as some sort of evidence. But then the rest is all hearsay, and you're believed. Well, I'm sorry, you crossed the line, slandered, and that's what you'd be fought on. So don't forget to subscribe to Geek Union, a Blue Bonnets channel as well, if that's and go and join them for that stream. Obviously, we're back again on Friday. Then we got Saturday show. We've got Sunday then, and then Monday we'll look. I'm not going anywhere. Back to normal again. Nice to have you all here. Anyway, and listen, guys, thank you for the continued support. I love you all. Without you guys here, I wouldn't have this channel. Remember, I only survive because you guys are here supporting me, and you have supported me from day one, and I've met some really wonderful people in this fandom, and it's just such a shame that it's a small minority of the radical fans that have decided that no matter what we say, it's wrong, and they're going to hold us accountable for everything that we say. And you know, I've just got to the stage where enough is enough now, and I'm not putting up with it anymore. And again, I will make this clear: if you come onto my Twitter account, you're just being blocked, and it's not because I'm dodging anybody or ducking anybody, as it was suggested. It's because I don't want to engage with idiots. I like to engage with intelligent people. John Steed says, thank you for all you do. Don't worry, mate, and I'll do it until the day I die, or until the day I'm capable, when I can't do it anymore. I see Team Torchwood has graced us with their presence. If you could do us a favor, mods, please relieve Team Torchwood, please, off me channel. Thank you very much. Hold on. Thank you, guys. I appreciate all the support. I know you have me back, but I can look after myself, and you know you yourselves. Just the less you comment to these people, the better. To be quite honest with you, it makes my life easier too. So, just why am I going in here? I wanted to do something. What was it? Why did I go into my YouTube channel? Oh yeah, I know why I went into my YouTube channel. Just give us a second, guys. There we go. Right, let's have a look at the chat. Grand. Oh, you have sorted it. Good. Yeah, I don't want anybody associated with that channel there either on the chat, please. Because apparently that little idiot and the other little idiot that he associates himself with now, we're going off and having a nice little laugh about me. So, again, you know, someone that we used to work with as well. So... But you see, they only expose themselves, you know. You don't see me going on to their streams when they're live, commenting on their stuff, or going on to their Twitter accounts, right? The only time I go onto the Twitter accounts is when someone lets me know that they've been talking about me, and then I'll go on and defend myself as I always do, or I will take a screenshot of the tweet, or I will retweet it on my own channel, on my own account. Because if you're going to talk about me, then I'm just going to show everybody what you are saying. And by the way, just because I put a tweet up doesn't mean that I'm setting out the mob after you. I have made it 100% clear on this channel several times, even tonight, right? That doesn't give anybody a right that follows me to go after any of these people. I'm just trying to highlight what these people are saying to me, because I'm the one that's gone around being called the bully, but I'm not the one that's making memes about the size of my manhood and making memes about me friend doing stuff to animals and memes about other stuff, right? I'm not the one that's gone around and doing that and then challenging people to a fight in a box. What? Yeah, oh my God, Jesus, that's probably the most idiotic one of the whole lot. A boxing match. It wouldn't even be a boxing match. Of course, we've got better things to do. As I said, we've got plenty of things to do on this channel because we were focusing on other things, if you remember, before all of this nonsense started up. And that's the way it'll be now. It'll be going back to the things that we were doing before all this nonsense started up. So we will have all those watch-alongs. Friday, I might just bring on a few people and we'll just talk about, I'll see if I can bring on Ian because he has the old, he got the new models and stuff. I might ask Ian if he wants to come on. We'll do something a little bit fun. I actually do have a little fun video going up later on if I can manage to get it up, but it'll be recorded on the mobile phone. So the quality mightn't be the greatest, but it's something that I received that I'd like to show you. And then I'll take a photograph of it as well if I can, and I'll whack it up on Twitter for you to see. But I have something to show you that I received today. It was part of my birthday gift, an old classic Doctor Who style poster. It's absolutely fantastic looking. Wait till you see it. It's amazing. So yeah, right. What else have we got? We're at 3 hours, so let me see. Everything seems to be okay there. Go, Jesus, guys. 40 likes on the stream tonight. Wow. Thank you. Obviously, there's a lot more dislikes than there normally is, but who cares? Thank you. No, seriously, that means a lot to me, actually, those, because I know what that means, those likes. Seriously, I appreciate it. I don't know what I can say. I don't know what I can say to you guys. You just don't know how much this means to me. I never envisioned that when I set up this channel that I would have over 1,600 subscribers. That we would be fighting our own little corner of the fandom. And yes, this channel might be hated, but so be it. I don't care. When we're in this channel, when we're on the live chat, people can see that this is it's actually a good little community that we have here. And I won't let anybody ever take that away from us. And that's why, remember, when they attack this channel and say they're mass flagging this channel, they're taking our thing away. And that's why I will defend it always. But leave it to me, because I'm the guy that set it up. So I'm the guy that's responsible for keeping this channel safe. And that's what I will do against anybody. And a warning to anybody out there that decides to go after this channel again. Just be warned. Just be warned. You're wasting your time. Okay, you're wasting your time. You will always be wasting your time because I'm not going anywhere. I'm not moving. I don't care what you all think of me. I will still get my opinions across. And the only reason why you will want me off Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube is to keep me silent. And the reason why there's a campaign against me, you guys made me realize this because I didn't up until you guys. I always have said it on this channel. I'm a small YouTuber that nobody takes notice of. You guys made me realize something for these last 2 weeks, especially, is that this channel is a serious threat to you guys. And you know what? Good. Good. And it'll remain so as long as Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall are in the role. And it'll remain so even after that if they continue the same politics. Yeah? Because Doctor Who should be written a certain way. And it's not being written a certain way. And it should be at a certain level, a certain standard. It's not even anywhere as close to that standard. So as long as Doctor Who continues to be crap, I will continue to highlight those issues. Just like you guys are entitled to highlight how brilliant you think Jodie Whittaker is, Manny Gill is, Tolson Cole is, Bradley Walsh is, and the show is. Yeah, you can have those opinions, and I can have mine, and that's the way it goes. And if you don't like that or you can't accept that, well then I'm going to tell you something that we should have told you a long time ago when you started acting like this. Well then maybe Doctor Who and this fandom isn't for you, because fans will always have different opinions. And Daniel has Sean. Sorry, Daniel. I knew you had a strip, but glad you brought it up there. Daniel also has a show at 9:30 Daniel has a show on with Sean 9:30 on his channel. I think they're doing, if I'm correct in saying, it's wrestling stream. I'm not 100% sure, but Daniel can let us know. But please do support Daniel. Let's get him up. As I said, he was on 120 something subs. Let's get him up to 200, right? No, would you believe you outlasted Gary, who came on after you? No way. I know, because normally he does a stream and he's on for donkey. Sure, I was at the last one. Gary is heartbroken like me. And you know, Gary is another one of that. Like, Gary is like this, right? He will not come out right and say he supports me, but I know he supports me by the little gestures that he's made, and he's made it clear. Some people, look, I understand some people out there that want to get involved, and maybe I did get a bit harsh with some of you earlier, but I have to be honest, I have felt a little bit let down. Maybe people are afraid because there seems to be this cancel culture these last couple of weeks, and I can understand that to a certain extent. But you know, it would have been, you know, with all the effort that I've put in 3 years, I just thought there would have been a bit more a reaction to what was going on and happening to me. But obviously, you know, as I said, I'm not big enough to be helped, and that's the reality. Look, that's the harsh reality of YouTube. There's big YouTubers out there that no problem helping you, and then but the majority, let's be honest, they don't. I mean, look, I've asked countless big YouTubers on, Some have come on, as you know. Some I haven't even gotten a reply off. Actually, some have been invited onto their channels and never happened. It's at least with Gary, he actually came to me, and when it, because at the time that we had Airstream, he had to cancel. But Gary came to me and said, "Listen, we have to cancel Airstream, but we will make up for it." And I know the stream with Gary will happen. That's why I don't make a big deal out of that, because it will happen. Gary doesn't break his promises. It's just right now the channel, he has other guests on right now, but he'll keep his promise. But there's other YouTubers out there that just, that promised me all of this and just haven't even bothered to even get back in contact with me. At least with Gary, he has. And I want to give him a special shout out, just like Ballstreck, because those two lads, do a lot for this channel. I want to give a blue bonnet a bit of a shout as well, because I've seen her tweets. Listen, my Twitter's been acting weird as well, by the way, because a lot of our messages I'm not actually seeing, and I seen a couple of messages you put up when someone said I got wrecked by a 6-year-old or something. I have to say your response was brilliant, though. That was just yeah. But you see, friend as well, not just a panelist on this channel, friend as well. She hasn't been on in a while. We'll have to actually get Blue Bonnet on, won't we? It's been a while, actually. That's what I mean. Gary does little things like that, Chris. That's why I'm not pissed off. Gary will get me on when Gary has the time to get me on, right? But he does things like that. He always drops me name or mentions me somehow, So, I'm not. Look, it's not him that I'm giving out about, and I don't really want to say who I'm giving out about, but there's a YouTuber out there in particular that's kind of annoying me right now because, I won't say that. It's not my place to say that. And there's things happen on YouTube that I'm learning, and I'm told that I should turn a blind eye basically to certain things, and fair enough. I'm not big enough to challenge anybody anyway, so. But yeah, hail Gary. Hail Gary. Yeah, we'll do something, Daniel. Definitely. Just let me know whenever, and we'll organise something, and I'll come on. Yeah. It'll be a pleasure coming on your channel. If there's anybody's channel that I'd have more pleasure coming on, and I don't think anybody would mind me saying this, but your channel, because obviously, I encouraged you along with a few others to pursue a YouTube path, a career, if you like, and you've taken to it very well. And there's a couple of other YouTubers that I can actually take credit for, because. But that's what happens. I was inspired by other YouTubers. I've inspired some, believe it or not. And that's not being big-headed. I have inspired people, and I know I have. And that's something I'm proud of. But I know those YouTubers then that I've inspired have went on to inspire other people because they've seen them do it. And that's what we need. We need more of that. We need to inspire more people. And I say to the people on the other side as well, listen, you just complain about me. Yeah? About how I complained about the show. But then why not actually put a sock in it? Stop giving out about me and actually get on and do and review Series 11 and 12 years ourselves and tell everybody how brilliant it is. It is a democracy. You can actually set up your own YouTube channel. And as I said, you don't have to listen to me. There's a block button. But listen, if anybody's never been a guest on this channel either, that's in the chat, that's been egging to come on for a while. This was asked last week, and I think it is time that we bring it back. I think you all know what I'm talking about. And Daniel, more than anybody else, will be delighted for this. I'll see if Daniel can guess before he even guess. Actually, Daniel's going to announce what I'm bringing back. Let's see, does Daniel get the announcement right? Because Daniel's been with me from day one, and I guarantee you Daniel will know. So I'm bringing something back that everybody misses. So Daniel, you announce to everybody what I'm bringing back. So which means a lot more of you will be able to contact the Tardis zone, and you won't even need a computer. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. They are back. They are coming back. They are coming back. We are bringing back, along with the panels, fan phone-ins. Now, how it will work, though, this is how it's going to work, though, this time. Instead of what I'm going to do is we're going to take a list of names, right? Like we did the last time. What we're going to do then is we're going to give each caller 15 minutes as we did the last time. And in those 15 minutes then, you will get to ask your panel user question, get to hear what the panel has to say, whatever the question is, whatever answer they give, and then you'll be able to give your response, and then we move on to the next caller. Yeah. Now, I'll tell you what, it's Wednesday now. I will bring the phone-ins back on Monday. So on Monday, we will have old school Tardis on, but we will have the panel. We will have a panel as well. But what will happen is 15 minutes each. Now, how it goes, we have a little timer. So you will hear a little buzz. So everybody would strictly get 15 minutes. You can't go over the time because we'll have so many callers. Because we did have so many the last time. And you will get 15 minutes. You will get to ask the panel a question. They'll get to answer it. And then you will give you their thoughts on their answers and all that. And then that'll be it next. So there you go. So for anybody that's afraid to come on the stream, right, because, they don't want to come on the stream, you can ring the Tardis zone. Now, to get in touch with me on the Tardis zone to do the phone-ins, you obviously have to be following me on Messenger. Now, the best thing about that is if any idiot tries to add me on Messenger, I'll know straight away and I'll be able to get rid of them. So I'll be only taking genuine callers. So I'll be able to filter out people that I don't know, and it's only people that I know on the chat for now, right? What normally happens is if you're new and you come into the chat, what happens is we always give it a few weeks to see how you react in the chat, see how you behave, and obviously then if we think you're okay, because I have to be careful as well, because I know someone will take the opportunity if they were to ring me in to tell me how they feel about me, and that's not what this is about. This is about listening to what the fans actually have to say. And the reason why I want to do the panels on this is to get more variety and also to get more voices as well as the panel on the show, so people can actually hear that it's not just 4 or 5 people on a panel giving out about Doctor Who. It's actually other fans too. Now remember, guys, using the live chat, obviously know people in the fandom, right, that mightn't be necessarily following me, but if you think that they need to get something off their chest, this is the opportunity for you to tell them about the Tardis zone, to tell them, to come on. And if you think they're kosher enough for me to take a call off them, then I will. Now we will think of a permanent solution. I am looking at other ways that we can take calls, but I think this way is a way that everybody likes. This way, the way we do it anyway, and I'm looking forward to it. It's been a while. A couple of people. Actually, I got a big long email off someone. I won't say who it was from, but I got a big long email just making a few suggestions. And I was like, yeah, no problem. And some people are concerned. They want to know which direction the channel is going in. And that's fine, fair enough. They some people don't like the drama, and that's fair enough. I get that. But unfortunately, I have been sucked into drama, and I do have to defend myself. And for all those people that did leave, because there was a couple that did leave, but I gained some supporters. But don't get me wrong, those people that I lost, I will say I regret that that I have lost you. But I mean, at the end of the day, I had to defend myself. And you might have had a different opinion on it. There was definitely one that had a different opinion on it, didn't agree. But what I will say is look, at the end of the day, I had to defend myself. But as far as I'm concerned, the drama is done and over with now. And we're going to do what we do on this channel now. So from Friday onwards, we've got plenty of stuff coming. We've got the classic watch-alongs. We'll have, we're doing something with Rabbi. Rabbi has a new thing coming out on his channel as well. Check it out. He's doing a movie vault thing. If you haven't checked it out, he has an old trailer up on his channel. Check out Rabbi's channel for that. I think he's doing Mel Brooks movies. Blazing Saddles is going to be in there as well. I think he's getting me on for that one. But we're going to be discussing movies. But he's going to have different guests on that. But I'm just featuring him one of the weeks. But he's going to have different guests for that one. So he has his own little show. And then me and Rabbi will have our own, because we're launching our own little thing here. And we're also doing the quiz. Problem being says he was on that panel. We discussed Adam Moore movie. Great. Yeah, I was supposed to be doing the Blazing Saddles one with him. So I might see you there, problem being, if you're on that one. How about a phone in? 10 fast question quiz. I will donate a prize who gets the quickest of the. Oh, that could work. That could work, because the people on the. Yeah, that could actually work. But then you're kind of limited. No, that actually could be the way to go forward with that. And John said he will actually donate a prize. Wow. So there'll be actually something to play for. Well, when the printed job, what I might do is, right, is because I just see YouTube channels, some YouTube channels, they print out their own little kind of manifestos and stuff, and the Tardis, I was thinking of doing something like that. Might do a little Tardis own member certificate or something as well to go with that prize, or quiz certificate, something like you used to get in schools. Like, I used to love them now, to be honest with you. They always meant more to me than the medal, the actual piece of paper, which I name on a Noel winner, or first place. I will donate a lemon. Were you supposed to say lemon or a lemon? But look, yeah, so phone in's back. We got, plenty coming on the channel. And I hope to have you all here. But do me a favor as well, actually. Don't forget to subscribe to the second channel, right? Because there may be a possibility, and I'm just saying, there might be a possibility that YouTube might take down the channel before they realize they've made a mistake, because that has been happening over the last few months. You've seen with other channels, and only up until recently it's been happening a lot, right? So just in case that happens, don't forget to subscribe to the other channel. That'll be the backup channel just in case. And if this channel ever does go down completely, I'm just saying, if it ever did happen, which I know it won't, but if it did happen, obviously that second channel will be renamed the Tardis Zone Reborn. I've even got the name for it just in case. See, I think ahead. I always have these plans, and this is why I'll always be one step ahead of these idiots because I'm always thinking ahead. As soon as the crap started, I was already on it with Twitter. I was already making the necessary moves that I needed to make. Right, this time, yeah. You could do your own logo. There's no. You're the official logo maker now. Problem being, you can't get out of that now. You volunteered, right? As soon as you volunteered, that was it. You kind of signed that imaginary contract. So you're mine now. You work for me. I'm only messing. Listen. He showed me, right? I can't really say much, but he showed me a little preview of this new intro that he has for the channel. Obviously he's still working on it, but he gave me a rough, as he said himself. He just gave me. He wasn't finished with it, but he wanted to show me what he had done. All I'll just say is this, right? I as you know, I'm not computer savvy whatsoever. But anybody that can create art and like what Problem Being was able to create, I have absolute massive admiration for. The amount of effort, seriously, he has basically put together a whole Earth, right? By from scratch. He's created a model of the Earth by scratch. A time vortex, a tar. Oh my God, this thing is amazing. Look, to me, it's amazing. Problem Being will tell you it's not finished yet, right? It's even when Unknown, because I see Unknown is here as well. Unknown has done a trailer for this channel as well. We had one by who else did we've had a couple of people do trailers for this channel, and I'm grateful for all the work that they've done on this channel. And people say to me, well, why are you not doing it yourself? Well, listen, if I could do it, I would, but listening to what Problem Being had to go through to just do that globe, forget about it, man. Forget about it. I'd rather pay an expert than put myself through that, because Problem Big, he was saying to me he didn't realize that there was an edit app or so, there was an edit button or something. He'd make a mistake, not make a mistake, something wouldn't fit right or something, and he said he had to start all over again. Then he realized halfway that there was a button there where he could, and I was like, oh, poor chap. He's been learning new software. That's exactly in 3 weeks while designing this. So the reason why I'm blowing so much smoke up his ass is because if you see what I saying, it's absolutely fantastic. So give Problem Being a big shout out there for all the little artwork that he's done. And when you do see this track, by the way, you did ask me how long it has to be. It has to be 30 seconds, but it has to be a certain amount of megabytes as well, because it's StreamYard. And I forget what it is now. But it can only be 30 seconds long. And over that, and I won't even play. It's madness. But I forget, it normally tells you. You're no slave, no Problem Being, LOL. No, Unknown did great trailer as well that we were using, by the way. And if you haven't seen them, actually, they're on the channel. I love the music, actually, and the what you call it. He did. Oh yeah, I remember he did the dance. He did the dancing. Yeah, me. Yeah. Yeah, I better not use that trailer again, or they'd be definitely after me. Oh, an Irish version was done as well. An Irish version was done as well. I like that one. Teddy featured in that as well. Didn't you, Ted? Ted featured in that as well. Yeah. Very good. Very good. So yeah, I mean, look, there's brilliant people that follow me, brilliant, talented, gorgeous people. If I had half user talent, I'd be great myself. But so yeah, as I said, if I had half user brain when it comes to that sort of stuff, I'd be an absolute genius. The thing about it is, when it came to art, when I was younger, I was actually very invested. I was actually, I used to think of myself as a bit of a Van Gogh. Obviously I wasn't those shit, but we all have these little fantasies, you know. But I don't know. I discovered women, alcohol, and then I just put a stop to that. Sure, I used to play a couple of musical instruments as well. I just gave up on that as well. Oh yeah. I just don't have the patience, guys. It's why I haven't even started my Titanic model yet, because I know I'm just gonna flip. Because I just don't have the patience. I wouldn't be able to do what Problem Being is being doing, because if I thought I kept making a mistake and I had to redo it again, then I found out that there was an easy button where I didn't have to delete everything, and I found out, the laptop will be getting kicked out the window. I just don't have the patience. Chris used to play the air guitar and he was epic. Yeah. Who did I use the air guitar to? I used the air guitar to Queen, believe it or not. Actually, my favorite Queen song growing up was Radio Gaga. I just love the music in that. Seriously. I could play the spoons. Yeah, I know people that can play the spoons. Um, you know, when you say if you were to say that, so I know someone play the spoons, they laugh. But in reality, it's a skill in itself. Playing the spoons. I thought it was easy. I was taking the piss one time, picked up 2 spoons, and thought, I'll play the spoons. Nah, it's not that. Come here, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. Yeah, in Ireland, spoons, you've got the violin, you've got your tin whistles, your harps. Yeah. We're very musical over here. Believe me, I don't have the patience either. Yeah. Yeah, well, you're doing better than me, mate, because I still wouldn't be working on it. The computer would be already gone out the window, man, and I'd be screaming here that I got rid of my computer. All right, let's see. I turned from guitar player into a guitar collector. Slippery slope, LOL. What is that noise? Am I allowed to give Charlotte a shout Sunday to wish her good luck as a job interview is on Monday? Of course it is. Good luck with your job interview, Charlotte. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Be nice for you to get an old job and get out there after lockdown, won't it? I was talking to a few people today. I actually spoke to one person though that was like, I was like, I say it's great to be back at work because everybody that I've heard is obviously a lot of them are delighted to be back at work. Uh, but this one, so I go up to this one person, right, and I'm in the shop and he looks miserable, and I was like, I says, Jesus, man, where's the smile on your face? I says, you're after being locked down for, so you must be glad to be in work to get out of the house. He goes, you know what? I had a ball. I wish I was still on lockdown. I was like, oh my God, I actually finally found someone. Well, don't worry. You will get you our wish. You will get you our wish. Because if everybody thinks now that this opening up is going to last, all I'll say to you now is if you are at home and our country has opened up, this is my advice to you right now. Go out and buy, but stock up. Don't go overboard. Just go out and buy as a normal shop, but buy that little bit extra. You know, the dried, the canned foods, the stuff like that, and start storing them up. We are going to be, it's what now, July? We are going to be back in lockdown by mid-September, late September. Everywhere that has opened up has seen a spike. Now, it'll depend on the spike and how bad it is. So, there's a second wave and there always was a second wave. This is the thing people are saying, well, if there is a second wave, what do you not understand? Do you not remember that they were all saying that there was going to be a first wave and a second wave? Did you all forget that? There was always going to be a second wave. This lockdown was to stop the curve or whatever. To stop everybody from going into hospital at the same time because the hospitals would be overwhelmed. That's what the lockdown was designed for. There was always going to be a second wave. The reason why is because there's still it is still a virus out there, no vaccine. So until there's a vaccine, the virus is still out there. It's not going to change. So we're back in lockdown in mid-September. I'm telling you, mid-September. I think 2 countries are opening up too early. Another month or two, and I would have gave it a go. But we'll see how it goes. I mean, I've seen some of the businesses, they're being smart. They've opened up, but they're not allowing people in. What they've done is they've opened whatever door or window that they have. They've put a table at the door, and if people want to order something, they can order and take it away. They've opened like that now, that way. And they're also still doing deliveries as well. But they're not, even with some pubs here that have opened, they haven't actually let people into the pubs. Again, the whole situation is they've got a table, they're letting people have a drink, and then they're kind of fecking off. Some restaurants have opened, but they're empty. You can see, look, I know in England, loads went to the beach and all that, right? That was bound to happen, especially when it's a good day's weather. But on the whole, I think if you look at it, the restaurant, well, I have to say restaurants over here haven't seen, because I was in the city centre today. Not packed. McDonald's was opened up today, wasn't packed, nobody in it. Burger King's been open all the way through it and nobody in it. The hairdressers were open, and actually a couple of barbers were open. I thought there'd be queues all the way down the bloody road. No queues. Irish people, believe it or not, well, the majority of them that I've seen are still being very cautious, even though the lockdown has been eased. Now, total lockdown in Ireland completely gets lifted by the end of this month. So by the end of this month now, everything is going to be open. And that's when the shit is going to hit the fan. So that's what I believe anyway. And it's just me. I mean, look, I'm not going to criticize you if you go out there and you go out and enjoy yourself because you have been on lockdown. Who am I to tell you you can't and can't stay in? I would say to those people, If you could wear a mask. Again, I'm not going to tell you that you should. Look, I think that's what's actually kind of happened here. People are shaming people because they don't wear them. I'm not going to do that, but I will actually say, the mask does actually help, and there is a lot of disinformation. Listen, it's going to become mandatory to have it on a public bus, right? Now, if you're out in the wide open street, and obviously there's not many people in the street, obviously you can pull your mask. You're not going to wear your mask then, are you? But public transport and being in shops, and trust me, I was in a couple of shops today. Wear your gloves and wear your mask going into the shops, please. Even if they don't make it mandatory in the shops, please do so, because you're still getting the idiots that are sneezing and coughing all over the bloody place and stuff in front of you. Just wear the mask. It's at least you're getting some protection and you're protecting other people out there, right? And look, even if it ends up going all tits up, it's at least you could say you tried to do something right. All right, all those people complaining because they've been made to wear a mask. Somehow it goes against me constitutional rights. Well, this bloody cop on. It's a bloody mask, right? Okay, there's a global pandemic out there, and I still can't believe there's people out there that still believe that this is all a hoax. It's not a hoax. Just because the numbers don't add up to you doesn't mean that people haven't died. All right. Just because you didn't get it or your family members haven't been affected by it doesn't mean that it's a hoax. All right? There's been plenty of families that have been affected by this, okay? And family members that have died. Go and speak to them about wearing a mask, right? They will tell you exactly what I'm telling you. But again, it's up to you. But I say if you want to live longer, I would wear the mask. And I think it is a bit selfish, because you will have those people. Well, those people that are high risk should stay at home. So what? They shouldn't live their lives too, no? They're not entitled to have their lives just as much as you're entitled to have your lives. That's the whole point. Just wear your mask. Just wear your mask so those people out there that do have underlying medical conditions can at least still get on with their life, right? It's not fair that they have to stay cooped up. And that's me. I'm one of them. That's my wife. Right? We still want to enjoy our life. We still want to be able to go to a restaurant and have a meal together, right? Or go to a pub and have a drink together, right? So you mean because this attitude of people, they shouldn't be. So what? I should stop living now. I should stop living because it inconvenience you because you have to wear a bloody mask. I know people that have breathing problems that are wearing a mask because they know it's the right thing. This is not about being told whether to wear a mask or not. This is about doing the right thing. And I wish those people out there that are calling people out for saying that they should wear a mask, slating them. But I wish those people would stop calling people out. All I'm just trying to say is this, I believe firmly you should wear a mask. But if you choose not to, I would question why you're not wearing one. But I'm not going to go out and hound you for not wearing one. Listen, I seen plenty of people out there today that weren't wearing a mask. Actually, I was quite shocked the amount of Irish people that weren't wearing a mask. I will say, though, when I did get on the bus, they were all wearing one on the bus. It's just when you get out into the streets and the shops, they weren't. And that's where I'd get panicky, especially the shops. Because it is a pandemic, they're only letting a certain amount of people into the shops, and there is queues forming, and there is people getting in people's way. And this is why I believe this lockdown is we're opening up too soon. I told you, in reality, we would be coming out of this lockdown if the world governments had the will to keep the same path. We should have been coming out of lockdown in January, not July. So I'm going to say to you now, enjoy your time. Enjoy your time. Be wise this time, though. Be wise this time. You have a couple of, just put it in your heads anyway, that there's going to be a second. Because there will be anyway. Whether it's a few months from now or whether it's a year from now, There's going to be a second wave. It's going to happen. So be prepared this time. But I'm not saying go out and mask bulk buy like all those idiots were doing. Right? Be sensible. Right? Go out, do your weekly shop, but add extra onto your weekly shop, just a little bit each week, and start stocking up. Get your essentials. Right? Because I'm being honest, when the second lockdown happens, you won't get as much freedom as you had the first time. It'll be stricter this time. It'll be stricter this time. And you think the videos of the Italian mayor going around berating his own people because they're not taking the lockdown serious, if you think that's bad, wait till you see the way it'll be when the second wave comes. And that'll be like that for every country. So, just be careful, be smart, be safe, and enjoy your time out while you have it. Being honest, if we had held on, and I know everybody was getting cabin fever, but if we had hung on for those few more months, I do truly believe we'd be in a much better position. Let's hope to God, whatever countries are working on a vaccine, one of them hits the jackpot sooner rather than later, because this is going to be the reality of our lives until they find a vaccine. I'm sorry to say. I said this. Everybody thinks it's all well and good. Go back to your jobs and stuff like that. I know you have to earn money. I know you have to keep the economy going, but how many people are going to die? I'm nearly finished now anyway. I'm scared to go out at the moment. I've stayed in my room for almost the whole lockdown. Of course you have, Daniel. Why would you want to go out there, man? Listen, after today, I told Cheryl out straight. I came home and I was like, I can't do it anymore. I can't go into town anymore. I need to find a different way of doing things because people are just idiots. I'm sorry, but there's just, look at the arrogance, and I thought it was just an American thing. It's not. It's happening in the UK. It's happening even here in this country. Actually, I can't believe how woke Ireland has gotten. Do you know what? Being married, I've been distracted because normally I'd be on those political programs and I know everything that's going on in this country. Like, I didn't even know. This is how thick I am. I didn't even know that we had a new Taoiseach. I didn't know that Micheál Martin had taken over from Leo because, like, I don't watch Ant anymore. I just...
And your American wife had to tell you that.
And my American wife had to tell me that...
Your American wife's also telling you every other week you still have to go into town and collect it.
Yeah. It's 2 weeks now.
That's what I said. Every 2 weeks you still have to go in. I don't care anything else, but you still have to go get your money.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, see, she's forcing me to die now. See, Charles tried to kill me. She's using the pandemic as an excuse. Yeah, go and collect your money, husband. Yeah, well, there's no life insurance money, so you're screwed. I know, I'm only joking. Yeah. Oh, brilliant. They did win. Oh, I'm not getting into it. It's ridiculous. It's to stop Sinn Féin from actually performing a good, but the Sinn Féin didn't field enough candidates anyway, the idiots. So it's their own fault. But I think it was a deliberate ploy anyway by Sinn Féin because they knew that the country be in uproar, that the two parties that they tried to vote out are now actually leading the country. Yeah, I agree with you, John. But I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. I'll just take all the precautions that I need to. I wash my hands when I'm supposed to wash my hands and stuff, and wear my mask when I'm supposed to wear my mask. I could do my bit. If I still end up getting it, well, I still end up getting it. But I did my part to try to stop other people from getting it. And I think that's the point that I'm trying to make. But I wouldn't force anybody to wear a mask. But I mean, if people start, blatantly not wearing one because they think it's some sort of political movement, which some people have said, which is ridiculous. You know, look, it's I don't know. I just don't want to die. That's all I know. That's all I know. I want to live for as long as I'm supposed to live for. And in all fairness, none of us want to go out like this. No way. I'd rather go down fine. I don't want to go down by a virus. That's the worst way to go down. Hell no. We all go down fighting. I just wish there was a bit more I could do. You know, I'm a fully qualified chef. Maybe I could cook some food for the homeless or something. But I really wish I had pursued a medical career, because I'd be on that front line right now if I could. Well, true, I'm not 80 years old, but I have underlying medical conditions, and so does my wife. So even though I'm not 80, we're still in that high bracket. I'm not living in fear. I'm trying to live my life, but when I see other people, you know, not taking it seriously as me, you know, or everybody else out there, it does kind of wind me up a little bit, because this ain't a joke. I'm sorry, just because numbers don't add up to certain people out there. I see it on Twitter all the time, people, but the numbers don't. It's a global hoax, Bill Gates and all this crap. Listen, I'm one for conspiracy theories. You all know that on this channel. But for once, this one ain't a hoax. For once, this one ain't a hoax. And you know what? I have to be honest. You're saying these people are saying it's a hoax. So you're saying every medical professional out there is lying to the people. Every medical professional, every doctor, every nurse, every intern, right? And the reason why it's supposed to be this big global hoax as well is because, unfortunately, the doctors and nurses left themselves open anyway for a bit of criticism. Now, I saw it for what it was a bit of fun during their time off doing their little TikTok videos. But that's what started all these conspiracy theories off, that this was a hoax. Because if they had time to TikTok, well then obviously there's not that many cases in the hospital and all, and they're lying to us and all this, right? So that didn't help. And I have to be honest, you know, I know they're working very hard and stuff, and people say, well, that it was on their break. In fairness, though, they still shouldn't have been doing TikTok videos, if I'm honest. They're there to save lives, and on their break, they should, you know, if they have a break, they should try get as much sleep as they can, because they're going to be, you know, I have a sister that works in a hospital taking care of all the old age pensioners. And she was working with kids that had terminally ill from cancer. So when people make the stupid allegations about me slagging people with cancer, as I said, me family has been affected by it personally, and we also have obviously, as I said, my sister working in a hospital with old and young people that are terminally ill from cancer. So, you know, when that allegation was thrown around, that was the most disgusting one. Because you all know how I feel about that. You saw my reaction during the Doctor Who episode. It's totally disgusting. But yeah, we'll see what happens anyway. It's the fear mongering that's the hoax. Well, I mean, okay, I get what you're saying, Kelly, but I mean, sometimes a little bit of fear is good, especially if people are not taking it seriously. I think the media haven't helped again. You know, the media start all this off, and then you get obviously people then, you know, adding on to it. It doesn't help you, right? New Zealand were doing well until they opened back up. Yeah. Just because they have 0 cases in New Zealand, new cases. As soon as they were opening back up, that was, of course, it was going to happen. Because just because there's 0 cases doesn't mean that there's still people that are at home that were still infected or didn't know they were infected. This is the idiotic thing about the whole lot. New Zealand opens up, and on the first day, it got 3 cases. I read about it. They were in quarantine now, in fairness. They were stopped at the border and put into quarantine. But still, 3 cases. I don't know now, because I'll have to check up on New Zealand, because normally it does come up, because the New Zealand Herald were actually criticising them, saying New Zealand shame because 3 new cases, even though that country has probably done the best out of every country around the world. They basically had 9 or 19 cases altogether throughout this whole thing. And then as soon as they opened up, they added another 3. So that's 21 cases in total that I know of the last time I checked it. Now, I don't know if they've risen since then, but this is what's going to happen. Every country that opens up, there's going to be a spike. And then it'll depend on how fast the rate of spread is. But we'll see. We'll see what happens anyway. I still don't. We'll see. We'll know in a few weeks' time if we've made the right decision anyway. I hope I'm wrong, because I actually want to get out myself. A bit of cabin fever here, even though I do get to go out twice a week and get to go out the odd time when I'm bringing dog. It's still not the same. So yeah, I just can't wait, because I want to be able to go to the beach. I want to get a fishing rod, and I want to go fishing. That's what I want to do. Wanted to go I used to go fishing when I was a kid with my uncle. And I always said, and when I was in my teens, I had a fishing rod, and I used to go fishing out in Dunleary when the boats used to come in, but to be only little fish, but you'd still be able to fish. But I always keep saying every year, I have to buy, because I keep passing this fishing place where they do all the nets and the rods and all. And I keep saying, I have to get a fishing rod. And I'm seeing one now, it was something like 100 and something euro, and it's gone down to something like 30 quid or something. So I don't know now, Mike, because it's a good old fishing rod. I might get into the old fishing again. Now, I have to be honest, in all the time that I fished, I caught 3 fish only. Yeah. 2 with the help of my uncle, and then I caught my own. Yeah, that was great when I caught the one on my own. It feels great. Right. I've rambled on enough. So I'm gonna go. Don't forget, we're back Friday. We'll get a panel together. I'll see if I can get a few guests on. As I said, we'll try get Ian on. Or we'll get a couple of other guests on if Ian can't make it. We'll definitely get someone. Then we're back on Saturday. Look out, by the way, the trailer for School Reunion will be going up at some stage tomorrow. So look out for that. It'll be on the usual places. It'll be downloaded onto YouTube. And it'll also be downloaded onto Twitter. So, yeah. So look out for that trailer. Obviously, I haven't looked at it yet, but Rabbi sent it to me today. But I asked him to try and make this trailer a little bit extra special, because obviously Liz Sladen is in it. And, she's no longer with us anymore. So I wanted to make, as I said to Rabbi, let's make a little bit of a fuss. So Rabbi's trailers have been brilliant, absolutely spot on. So every single one of them. So I can't wait to see what he's cooked up for this one. But School Reunion, that from now onwards, this is where it starts picking up serious too. I mean, Tooth and Claw was great, but you get this one now, School Reunion. Then you've got Girl in the Fireplace, and it just keeps getting better and better. Yeah. What's the one after? Hold on, I'm trying to think now. So you've got that one, then Girl in the Fireplace. I'm just trying to think how that ends. Oh yeah, it ends with the TARDIS leaving, and then we find out it's the SS Madame de Pompadour. No, we get to see her portrait. What's after that one? I forget what's after that one. Do you know, I used to know these episodes, Rise of the Cybermen. Do you know, it is, yeah. Do you know, I used to know that, yeah, it's the double bill with Mickey in the parallel, yeah, world. And then that's when we see the end. Yeah, that's right. Do you know, I used to know all these episodes off the top of my head. If you asked me what every single episode was in series 1, 2, 3, up until series 4, not a bother. And then after that, then I just, yeah. But now I don't, like, had remember the other. Oh, excuse me. The Age of Steel. Yeah, that I remember. I still don't like the Cyberman design, but that story is absolutely fantastic. Fantastic story. Yeah. Then I think after that, if I'm correct, after we have the double bill of Rise of the Cybermen, don't we have, is it the Satan Pit? That's after it, I think. Yeah, right. So hold on. That's the question. Super John brings up a good point. Before we leave, right? If they're parallel Earth Cybermen, right, and they came from the parallel universe, well then maybe this is a stupid question, and if it is, let me know. But why isn't there Cybermen from this universe? Because those Cybermen that have been in it, those clunky ones, are still parallel universe Cybermen. So where's their Cybermen? This is a way how they could actually redesign the Cybermen, not Chibnall's Cybermen, but actually give them. Yeah, they're the Lumic Cybermen, yeah. So where's our Cybermen? We've never seen them. Unless the ones that Chris Chibnall have now are actually our Cybermen. Or are they? Because even the lone Cybermen is, if I'm correct in saying, by looking at his cyber costume, is still Lumic Cybermen. So where's our Cybermen? Did they not happen? Did something happen to prevent them from happening on this side of the universe? Our universe? That didn't happen on the parallel? Was there not a John Lumic in our world? Maybe that's what it was. So when was the last Cyberman from our universe? I think, did someone say Silver Nemesis? Yeah, but when have we seen? We haven't seen. We've seen the only Cybermen that we've seen during the new series, bar the Chibnall ones, have been all Lumic. They're all Lumic Cybermen. I'd call you a genius, but now that I'm in the room, love that line. Yeah. I think McCoy got rid of them. Well, we will be doing McCoy again. So I'll tell you what, we'll try and find that. Like we'll actually do it because I want to find out because that's a bit weird. That just clicked to me now. See those the things that pop into your head. Excuse me, the things that pop into your head. When Rory blew up the cyber chips, but again they were Lumic Cybermen, weren't they? They had the Lumic logo. I don't know. Maybe I have missed them. Maybe they have been in, and I just haven't been paying attention all this time. But yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see what's gonna happen because I mean I don't know what you think of the Chibnall design, but until he bastardized them and turned them into cyber lords, the design wasn't bad. A bit chunky, but wasn't bad. But then when they came out and looked like with that neck rest thing on them, what the hell was he thinking? And I don't know how dead Gallifreyans or Time Lords can regenerate now, and I don't know how Cybermen can convert dead flesh now. But you know what? No need to explain. No need to explain, Chibnall. You're grand. You're grand. Actually, nobody's actually even mentioned this. Are they going to feature? I know we know it's red. Oh yeah, has Jodie Whittaker slipped up? Actually, is another question. And another thing as well, she made an interesting point during the HBO video as well, where she talked about when the role was hers. Gary made a very interesting point there. Did she kind of let the cat out of the bag? And also, Matt Smith bringing up the fact that there was no Christmas special anymore was a bit of a pop at Chibnall, I think. But I think the most telling was when she referred to Revolution of the Daleks, and she said Revolution of the Dalek, and she left out the S. So, well, I always said, did you know what this? Do you know what I think this is? This is like what we just watched the recent Sylvester McCoy story that we watched with the Dalek story. What was it? Remembrance? Was it Remembrance we watched? Yeah, Remembrance. This is what I think he's kind of doing, sort of thing. Two different Dalek factions, or one Dalek against a different Dalek faction, because we've already seen one Dalek blown up on that bridge. I wouldn't be surprised if he rolls out the bleeding special weapons Dalek. So, yeah. I don't know. Problem being says I just put that down to her not giving a shit. You're probably right. But it could have been a deliberate drop, because I don't think she's not that stupid. Look, Jodie Whittaker is a very smart woman. She is. She's not stupid. That's all. She's not. She's a very clever woman. There would have been, there's a deliberate, and I wouldn't, and you know what, even thinking about that Matt Smith thing, and it did seem unusual, because when he mentions it, watch Jodie Whittaker's face. She is listening intently. No, I will say that. But it was quite telling. This could have been their way, believe it or not. This could have been all set up. This could have been their way to kind of tell the fans in a way that this is happening Christmas without actually making an official announcement that the episode is going to drop Christmas. Because why else would Matt Smith bring up that he misses the one thing that he loved about Doctor? And this is what he said. The one thing he loved about Doctor Who was the Christmas specials. He started bringing it up about the specials. Yeah, I don't know. He's either, but it's right. It's either that or he's definitely having a pop. So it's up to you ourselves. You can decide what you want with that. But I will say this: even after all of this time, Matt Smith and David Tennant will always be. And even though David Tennant is not my favorite, you know that he's not one of my favorite doctors. I don't get me wrong; he's not a bad doctor. It's just I prefer the other doctors over his doctor, but I love his stories. And I love David Tennant as an actor as well. I just thought in some of the episodes, and maybe it was just the way he was told to do it or the way he did it himself, but I just thought there was a bit of overacting sometimes on his yoke, and I couldn't really warm to him as much. But even after all this time, and Matt Smith, you can tell that not only do they miss it, but they genuinely still have love for the show and its fans. And I just wish, and I know Jodie supporters will say that she does show that. Well, I'm sorry, she might show that to you guys, but she doesn't show that to me. She doesn't show that she's interested. I mean, she didn't research the role in the first place, and then, as I told you, when she did, she got scared. And this is coming out from her own mouth, like, you know. And to be honest, the first time she interacted with the fans, she did a stylist video where she took a pop at fans that had a problem with her casting. I mean, you do stuff like that, you're already on the back foot, you know. Whereas when she was cast, instead of coming out and saying, "Don't fear me, gender," I've always said this. All Jodie Whittaker had to do was, when she was announced as the Doctor, when she knew there was going to be, because there was always going to be a backlash whether you like it or not, right? But what she could have done was she could have come out and said something like this. I know there are Whovians out there right now, or Doctor Who fans, whatever you want to be called, out there right now that are a little bit worried. But reassured, I will put my heart and soul into this role, and I will give it the due respect it deserves. Right? She had to come out and said that, right? I'm not saying she would have won the fandom over, but I tell you one thing, that would have been a step in the right direction. Whoever was telling Jodie Whittaker to speak when she was going around doing her press junkets should have been fired, because Jodie Whittaker said a lot during those press junkets that didn't help her case, to be honest with you. And she still goes on with the same rhetoric. As I said in the HBO Max video, she brings up about the fact that little girls don't have to cut their hair anymore. Now, I'm not saying that hasn't happened, because I don't know, right? But I mean, it's a pretty stupid thing to say. Well, girls, you know, that girls had. I don't believe that for 1 second anyway, to be honest. It actually seems it's a stupid thing to say. Well, no parent is going to cut their kids' hair, right? To make them look like the Doctor, right? They'll use a wig, or they'll put, if it's a girl, they'll put the hair up. They'll do something. There's no way they're going to cut a child's hair just so she can dress like a male. It's stupid little statements like that she makes, which we know are blatant lies, right? Is the reason why she will always rub us up the wrong way. She never comes out and says the right thing. She always has to say something. And she recently had a go at fans again with Monique Gill and Tolson called Jordan Series 12, right? Yeah, I'm sorry. And Chris Chibnall did the same as well. I don't care if you don't like what fans said about your era. Chris Chibnall shouldn't be throwing his toys out of the pram and having a go at anybody. And another thing, isn't it funny that when Lenny Henry said that they'd rather cast a dog than cast a black person as the doctor, right? And then we get Joe Martin's doctor, right? Now, Joe Martin was a great doctor, and I spoke about Joe Martin at the start of this stream. Compared to Jodie Whittaker, she was better than Jodie Whittaker, and Jodie Whittaker is in the show 2 years, right? But let's be honest. If Lenny Henry hadn't come out and said that, do you think that casting would have happened? And that's the point we're trying to make, right? It's only when BBC get called out on this bullshit is when they act. And that's why they acted. The diversity inclusion strategy, that's why that was drawn up, right? Because they were responding to all the criticism, and that's how they respond, right? Now, I've no problem with Joe Martin as an actress playing the role that she did, because, as I said, she showed up Jodie Whittaker, right? But again, as I said from day one, the Doctor, as far as I'm concerned, when it's been over half a century, a male, it should stay that way, and you should create new roles for women if you want to inspire young women out there. Right, listen, I'm gone. We're over 4 hours. It's been great having you all here. Thank you, everybody that has contributed into the live chat. I really appreciate it. To all my moderators, thank you for keeping the chat safe. And well, I know we had a few problems tonight, but you dealt with it very well. So thank you very much. And to everybody out there that made the suggestions of all the stuff to do with the channel, I thank you very much. We will get through them all, and we'll definitely do that quiz. And don't forget, phone-ins are back. Everything is going to, So we, as I said, we got loads. And I'll still be here doing what I do best, which is criticize and defend Doctor Who. And when it's good, I will praise. But it hasn't been good. And if we're truthful, actually, it just hasn't been good under Chris Chibnall. At the end of Stephen Moffat's reign, it was getting bad as well. We can acknowledge that, though. But the rate of decline now is bad. And that's what you should be worried about. So Chris, problem being, Crystal, Daniel, all my other moderators, Super John, I think I've seen in the chat there as well. Thank you all, and all my other moderators, everybody in the live chat. Thank you for contributing. And I will see you guys all on, when did I say? Friday. So have a good one. Stay safe. Look after yourselves. It's a good night from me and Teddy and Cheryl. And we will talk to you, as I said, the weekend. Have a good one, folks. And God bless. Goodbye.